Hold it right there, pal. Let's see those arms. You got any bites or scratches? No? Good. I apologize, I'm just a little bit on edge. What with the world going straight to hell and all, seems like damn near everyone's been infected by that virus by now. What? You don't know about the virus? Oh my god, it turns people into flesh-eating monsters. Even children aren't immune. Not to the virus, nor the suffering that it inflicts on them and everyone they love. Speaking of which, this here's my daughter, Janice. I wouldn't stare too long, she's rough and tough just like her pops. We lost her mother a couple months back. She and I are on a bit of a journey now. We're headed north to the nearby abandoned city of Shroomberg in search of supplies and possibly even other survivors. God only knows what waits for us there, but I can tell you from experience, being in the city sure as hell beats being out in the wilderness with those things. These abandoned cities are owned by the central government of the planet, although they don't really maintain them or operate them anymore. They have their own settlements that are cut off from the rest of the world, damn near impossible to get inside. They often go out on missions to clear out cities like this, not really caring whether it's infected or non-infected. They'd rather torch the entire place with us still inside just to be safe. If there's any sign of them, we're gonna need to get the hell out of there so that doesn't end up happening. We would travel for about half a day's journey, finally arriving. Shroomberg is smaller than most cities around these parts, thankfully. That way it isn't too much of a maze to try to find our way out of if the shit really hits the fan. Even so, the concrete jungle can be treacherous to navigate. God only knows what waits around every single corner, let alone what's waiting behind closed doors. One of our top priorities is going to be finding more weapons. At the moment, we currently only have a knife between the two of us. We recently got robbed before you encountered us, leaving nothing but the clothes on our backs and what I had hidden in my sock. We began searching throughout some of the nearby buildings from the city entrance. We had to be quite careful and quite cautious, obviously. We didn't want to get bit, nor run into any scavengers who might be looking to do some harm to us. We've already been robbed once, and it wasn't exactly the best experience, I must say. We would search this entire building, and we actually ended up with a pretty good haul. Some Twinkies, a sweet treat perhaps for dinner, but some glitter world medicine and an industrial radio. If we can manage to get some electricity, we might be able to entertain ourselves, or better yet, communicate with others. We're going to be staying in this room tonight, so I suppose we had better get things set up properly. A nice table and some chairs. I would bust up another of these wooden chairs with my knife, turning it into kiln wood. That way we can make ourselves a torch, not only keeping us a bit warm tonight, but also lighting the place for us, thankfully. And with that, Janice, I believe that it is time for dinner. Don't eat too fast now, you'll want to savor every last bite. Could be the last we have for a while. As we ate, the sun finally began to set with the moon on the horizon, adorning the entire city with a gloomy darkness. Well, Janice, now that we've gotten our bellies full, it's time for me to continue exploring the city a bit. You stay here, and don't get into any trouble, please. I promise to come back to you in one piece, but I need to find those weapons. Alright, so night has fallen. We need to be extremely careful here. And we need to ensure that we are constantly checking our corners. We want to watch the streets. Scavengers, as well, of course, for zombies. That is the most important part. Scavengers, we might be able to survive. Nothing in here. Ooh, we have 80 penicillin, and we have a Devil Strand Sheriff's hat. That's okay, I suppose. We might put the Sheriff's hat on Janice. Alright, nobody in here. I did hear a door open. I don't know if that was us or somewhere else, though. We have an empty cryosleep casket. The cryosleep casket, stand in the doorway. We don't want to come fully out just yet. When we come out of buildings, just in case. I'm not seeing anybody. Let's go across the street. Doing this isn't exactly great for my mood, but Oh, there's a sleeping panther. We do have to watch out for wild animals too, as they could start hunting us. We have a lavish vegetarian meal. Now we're talking. Tailoring bench. Anything else in here? So far, no weapons. We need to find weapons. Guns are going to be absolutely crucial, or at least better melee weapons. Something better than our knife. We have an abandoned hospital here. Okay. This equipment could be good, as well as the... I hear something. The monitors, as well as the cryosleep caskets, could be good for resources. Deconstructing them, I think cryosleep caskets give us things like uranium. And we could also make weapons out of that if need be. We have a ceremonial hood. Hopefully there are no cultists near. Nothing in the streets. We're good. What is that? Oh, a hermit crab. Okay. I thought it was a walking brain. That's a much better find. We're gonna need to be quick because we are going to need to go to bed soon. Ah, we do have pemmican. Now that is good. That and that meat. Oh my god. A charged shotgun? That's an insane find. Holy. Okay. Let's go ahead and pick that up. Oh man, that is a really good find. Oh, we still need to get something for Janice, but oh, well, right here. Ah, I didn't even notice. Let's see if there's anything else in this room. No. It's okay, though. Some throwing knives. We may have wasted the night, although I definitely wouldn't call that a waste. But we did find some weapons. Janice is asleep, so we don't want to wake her up. We'll be quite quiet when we're going back. But let's keep our eyes peeled here to ensure that we don't run into anyone or anything. So I hear doors opening and closing. Could be wildlife, but it could also be scavengers. Oh, right there. Oh, okay. It's a chinchilla, I think. We could hear it there. Alright. I think we are in the clear. Alright, and we have finally arrived back home, and we'll go ahead and give Janice her throwing knives, and we will enjoy this new shotgun. And with that, as previously mentioned, I am absolutely exhausted, so I tossed the knives down on the floor for Janice to get when she woke up, and I immediately went to sleep a little bit myself. It may not seem like a big deal, but being sleep deprived in a world like this could very well be a death sentence. You have to keep your eyes sharp and your mind even sharper. As I sleep throughout the day, Janice would keep watch, and eventually, by the time that night had finally fell, we were both about to head out to explore the city and to look for anything of use. Besides, having her cooped up inside this place at all times isn't going to be good for her mental health either. Alright, so we're both going out. Again, gotta be extremely careful at nighttime. Just in general, of course, but also nighttime. I even feel refinery up here. Let's see, so no sight of anything. I'm gonna let Janice stay behind me here as I take the lead, just in case we do see something. Okay, slowly. I need to make sure I don't do that, though. If she's staying too far back, that wouldn't be good. Okay. Nothing in here. We do already know where some food is, so we may end up going back that way. Nothing in here. Check out some of the other rooms here in these buildings. We have a lot of buildings to explore through the city here. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, in total, we still have quite a few. What did we find? Ah, we have a toque. That might be better than the... That might be better than the sheriff's hat for Janice, I would think. It is springtime, though, so we really don't need anything right now. A hoopstone ring could be good for recreation. But right now, let's try to focus on other things. Stay in the doorway. Okay. It's open. Don't see anything. We can only see so far, though. I'll take the lead here. Going in here, so we're clearing out these entire buildings. Is that a sleeping cow? Okay. We're gonna make a trek across the street, but first, we're gonna try to go over to this building, I think. That's not a good sight. Graves, all of which are completely empty. Okay. A little worrying. Let's come up here, we'll take a look around the corner. Need to come this way, I think. Let's just take a little peek. Janice, come behind us. You enter this building, I wonder. Doesn't look like there are any undead around here, so go ahead and deconstruct this wall and we'll keep an eye out. We'll let Janice stand guard while we do this. Nothing in there. Don't see anything. Let's go. You know what? Let's not go that way because of the graves. Still don't see anyone or anything. Oh, okay. Okay. Back up your distance. Oh, man. Our first infected in the city. So, I'm not going to attack him. I don't want to alert any others that might be around, especially if we fire off this shotgun. That would be a really bad move. Oh man, we have more over here. Let's try and come down this way. Can we... Okay, so he's still standing there. Oh, there's another one. Oh man, okay, so we have 2 infected. Instead of crossing the street, should have went the other way, that's okay though. Instead of crossing the street, let's come back around this way. We're going to be very careful because the graves are empty, but it looks like the undead are already dispersing through the city. We'll need to be careful when we head back to our base because of that as well. It is already daytime. Okay, I'm not seeing anything. There's no door back here, so let's just go ahead and break right through. Here's something eating. Be very careful. Might have been the guinea pig, though. We have rice that's growing here. If we ever need any food, we should have some pretty soon. Oxalope, okay. Oh, a sawed-off shotgun now. That is useful. Let Janice have that. Just in case. Best thing about a shotgun, even a young lady who may not have much experience with firearms could use one pretty easily. Just gotta point in a certain direction and the shotgun will do the rest. Let's start going through the building here. Very careful. Mask. We're starting to get very hungry. We're gonna need food. Unless we find food, we're gonna have to head back. Let's see about opening this up. Okay. What is in here? Okay, empty. This probably leads, yeah, outside. Okay. No food in here. There's some berries we could eat. That could be our best course of action. Maybe just find something to deter our hunger. We do have to be careful, though. We did find another weapon, which is very handy. We have some rain. Yeah, that shotgun is going to be absolutely stellar. Especially in a pinch. No infected this way. We might be alright. 9 berries isn't a lot, but... Better than nothing. That might be a bit much for her right now. Maybe we come back out later in the evening. Let's try to grab... Over here's our base. Let's try to grab this toque. I'm gonna let her go ahead and wear it. That way at least we can get that. So we do have a shotgun though, and we now have a nice little toboggan for her. We're going this way. That's fine. Let's stay outside just in case. Yeah, we'll try to take Janice back. It's a lot on a child, of course. And it looks like we need some food ourselves. So we'll take it slow. We'll head back to the base, drop Janice off at the base. And then we may come back out later in the night, or just whenever we're filling up to it. It's also much easier to move alone, so only one of us moving at a time. Especially children can be a little bit clumsy. So we don't want her fumbling and bumbling and making mistakes. Let's check in the... okay. We want to check our rooms, though, just in case. Okay, we are good, so we'll go ahead and eat, we'll tend to our needs, and then we'll come back out later. Before that happens, though, I've decided to start breaking down a lot of the furniture. That way we can use the wood we get from these dining chairs to build ourselves a couple of doors, boxing in our little sleeping area here that we've been staying at. Obviously, wooden doors are not going to stop any scavengers from busting them down, nor even zombies, but they might stop some wandering undead from just waltzing right in while we're out adventuring. I started scrapping some other walls, doors, and furniture for more resources, but as the night went on, we were growing very hungry. Looks like I'll need to make a late night food run, that way we can grab some of that pemmican, or maybe those lavish meals we saw earlier. Do you hear that? I rushed out with my shotgun in hand, ready to blast whatever it was right between the eyes. It appeared to be a small, bald child. He didn't seem to have an infection, but I still told him to keep his distance, otherwise I was going to shoot. He was apparently needing some medicine, not for him, but for a friend. Yeah, well, I suppose we're all in need of supplies now, aren't we? I was going to turn him away, but he is just a child. Fine. I'll look for medicine while gathering us food. But he's not allowed to come inside, and if he does, Janice is going to turn his little bald melon head into hamburger meat. And she'll do it too, by God. Knowing she could handle herself against a little pint-sized fella like that, I would continue out in the dark, rainy night. I gathered up the meals first and foremost, and then by the time that the sun had finally come up, I was looking for the medicine. After exploring and scavenging for a bit, I eventually found a nice fat stack of 13 medicine. Perfect. Enough to give to our friend, and enough to keep for ourselves. There was just one little problem. On my way back, I dropped my medicine in the middle of the street and immediately had to take cover. In the shade just outside the rain. And infected. We're gonna have to play this very carefully. Alright, I think the obvious move... oh man. It's going after the guinea pig. First and foremost, there are no others... oh! Alright then, well, I guess the guinea pig killed the infected. So here's the issue though. This guinea pig has been bitten. Sorry, little buddy. We can't afford to have an infected guinea pig. But you did kill the infected. Actually, don't get too close. Because I doubt you killed it. I would assume you probably just took it down. We'll make sure that it's dead, though. There we go. Let's get that medicine back home. Very impressive for a guinea pig, I must say. That's pretty incredible. We've got Janice waiting back home. We'll get the medicine in. Let's go ahead and give it to our little friend here. Alright, little fella, take it and be on your way. I hope your friend, or whoever, survives. Hopefully that'll help. Hard not to help a young child in need. What if that were Janice one day? If I were to die, or eaten by an infected, turned into one of them, God forbid. I would want someone to help her, I would think. We also just took down our first infected. which was basically taken down by a guinea pig, which I still can't believe that the guinea pig managed to do that. I assume the zombie had to be quite frail. I don't know, perhaps an aging, decaying one that was basically falling apart. I was very much prepared to blast it in the back of the head with the shotgun, but I guess that's a non-issue now, isn't it? Well, into the late evening, I would continue deconstructing more furniture and walls in order to get more wood. This wood I would actually use to build us a couple of tiny bedrooms. These walls, quote-unquote, were basically just a few boards in between the two rooms, but it was better than nothing, to offer us both a bit of privacy and to keep our moods high. We built torches in each for light, and we also left the doors open. That way the entire place can share all of the heat, keeping us nice and warm on those cool spring evenings. Truth be told, this is the best damn setup we've had in a long time. And as I ushered my little girl off to bed, seeing the excitement in her eyes to be sleeping in a semi-decent bed again for a change in her very own room, things felt normal. Or, I suppose, at least as normal as they were going to get. For the first time in a very, very long time, we felt safe, secure, happy, even. Well, it could only last for so long, I suppose. I knew it would only be a matter of time before one of them followed us back home. I suppose I just wasn't expecting it so soon. It doesn't seem to know where we're at just yet, bumbling and tumbling into walls outside. If we play this cautiously, maybe we can keep it that way, and the others won't find us either. Alright, so the sun is about to rise. I'm thinking we could play this... Well, we could definitely play this one of two ways. Loud and heavy, or we could go in with the knife. And that way, I think going in with the knife is the best way to do it because we won't be attracting too much attention. So we want to make sure the room is clear before we continue. Let's see if we can hear it in here. Yes, right there. I don't know if it noticed us, though. Let's check our corners. Anything? No. I'm thinking the knife is going to be the best... Oh, shit. Alright. There you are. The knife is probably the best way to handle it, but we are inside a building, so... I am thinking, though, that the shotgun might be okay instead, because if we're inside and we shoot the shotgun off, I mean, I wouldn't expect there to be a lot of noise. It looks like it's following us here. Let's go in. Okay, go, no. Okay, move. It still caught me by surprise. Oh, Jesus. This is... this is not great. We definitely wouldn't have been able to take this one down with a knife. Alright. Oh, no. More. Okay. We gotta be careful here. Perhaps the gun wasn't the best idea. But there's... Oh my god. I hear them. Okay. Janice, I need you to get up. Oh man. I'm gonna claim all the doors just in case. I hear them, but I don't know exactly as to where they're at. Don't let Janice go down there alone. Okay, we got a bird. Dutch has been bitten twice, though. We need to... I'm going to put on self-tend, and we want to use Glitter World medicine. I am going to let Janice just walk down here to see if she can pinpoint where they're at. Because we did hear them. I no longer hear them, though. Which it could be good. It could be a good sign. Very concerning, though. I feel like those shotgun blasts rang out across the city. Even though we technically were inside, some sound is going to go outside, even if you, I mean, obviously we're going to make some noise regardless. So Dutch has two zombie bites. Hopefully there's not an infection. There's a 50-50 chance of us getting infected. Could be a death sentence, could not be. We'll see how it goes. I don't hear any more of them, though. I am going to let Dutch... I'm going to go ahead and turn on fire at will. I want to be... I do hear them. Now. But it sounds like they're probably hunting animals down this way. Yeah. Do you hear that? They're probably hunting something. So... I think we put Dutch and Janice both... Area 1. I'm going to let them both kind of stay here. I might actually just stay in bed until I am healed. That could help with the infection. I don't think it really will, but it'll probably help me heal from the bite sooner. And if I heal sooner before the infection sets in... Is that a... I don't hear a zombie. That's most likely an animal then. We had a toucan in here earlier. I hear a cow. Okay. Yeah, I don't hear any more infected around the place, so maybe we spend the rest of the evening in bed, let Janice kind of entertain herself, I suppose. Do whatever, just, you know, try to not... Oh my god. Try to not get murdered. I can hear them, but I see no movement around our general vicinity, so we might be okay. You know what? Let's be very careful. Because I do hear them, but I don't know where. There's no damage to the walls that we can see. Might be alright there. I hear them. I definitely hear them. But I'm not seeing anything in terms of damage or like their movement around the outside. Alright, yep. So we are going to stay inside the rest of the evening. And let's just hope that... Oh, no. Exactly what we thought might happen. We can hear them outside the wall. Something, I think this is an animal. Because the zombies don't mine. Oh my god. Oh my god, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 stop. Stop, stop, stop. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. You idiot, don't do that. Oh my god. Holy. We just about had one come in because of a yak. Oh, I accidentally named the place, that's fine. Oh, there's one right outside, and this yak that got stuck inside almost let it in. These walls are... I shouldn't have claimed them because now they'll attack them, but that's fine. Ooh, that was very, very close. Oh my god. So there is one outside here. Is there a way... Oh, Jesus. We need to replace that wall. That is very frightening. Okay, let's repair the walls. Whew. Imminent zombie infection? Oh, God, no. 15 hours until he becomes infected. Oh, no. And Janice is too young to do medical. There's no way she can do anything with his arm. And they're right outside the door. Oh no, this is bad. This is so bad. Oh, Janice. I'm so sorry, Janice. The least we could do, repair the wall. And try to make sure she's safe. Oh man, this is so bad. Let's be very careful here. There isn't one up this way. Let's take a peek. Oh, there's one. Yep. We could manage to kill this one. We'll go outside and finish off the other one that was at the wall. It really doesn't matter now if we die from the infection. There we go. Let's see if we can kill that other one. We could at least try to get them away from this place for her. One over here. Let's try to kill as many as we can. If the infection is going to take me, I'm going to at least make sure my daughter is safe, right? If only there are ways to get someone who could do a medical operation. I don't think there is. Because Janice is too young, of course. We need to clear them out, though. We're going to make sure that she's safe. Let's go ahead and kill as many as possible. Our last bit of goodwill to ensure that she's safe. There we go. So we finished off all the ones in the area. I suppose we go back and have our last words. We're going to have to explain the situation to her. We should also tend to ourselves as best we can. This isn't exactly, I don't know. This is sad. It's depressing. It's... I don't know what she's going to do now. We do have 10.5 hours left. These could end up becoming infections too, though. But the thing is, we don't currently have any quests for any vagabonds or refugees. If we had something like that, and that could end up happening, we could accept, and we could force them to perform a surgery on our arm. Left arm. So let's do the amputate left arm. See, that's the issue. So Janice is unable to cut our arm off for us. Yeah, I don't know. We may get a quest in the next 9 hours, but if not, you know, this isn't good. We'll have to see. The rest of the night we lie in bed waiting and hoping for a miracle. But things only got worse. No one would ever come to save us anyway, and be able to hack off our arm, stopping the infection. But even if they could, now it didn't matter, as the next infection was in our torso. Janice, you may be young, but you're a smart, perceptive young lady, and you already know what's going to happen. We saw it with your mother, and I don't need you to see me like that. I'll be taking your shotgun and leaving you with the better items, and just know that I love you. I'll be doing my best to make sure that you're as safe as you can be here by killing as many as I possibly can. There's a time in everyone's life when they have to do something that they don't want to do, but it's for the greater good. And I'm afraid that is what this is going to be. Our final stand. We're going to try to kill literally as many of these bastards as we possibly can. It looks like we have about 20 inside the city, if my math is correct. And if we can kill even half of them before we end up dying and turning into one of those freaks, I think that would probably be the best thing we could do with the rest of our life. Although, that being said, we only have about an hour or so left. Or... oh man. Yeah, about an hour left. We've got a runner. an albino-looking zombie that is much faster than the others. Let's see, I'm not sure where it went. There we go. We need to continue pushing on, dirty bastards. We can't give up, we can't stop, we have to continue. We have to keep pushing, it's all we really have left. I think we're about to turn any moment now. Wait a minute. Perhaps I've misjudged the infection. It looks like the infection has taken, and I am going to turn. But it also appears that I have quite a few more days left before that happens. Not to mention the fact that it's curable. There was a drug lab in one of the buildings that we explored. I wonder if we might be able to use that to synthesize some type of zombie cure serum. At the very least, it's worth a try. It's not like I have many options left at this point. However, the serums do require zombie extract. And to go about getting that, we have to extract it from the corpses of the undead. Luckily, I did just go on a bit of a killing spree. Although that being said, the more serum that we have, the better the chance that the cure will actually take effect and cure me of the infection. So we need to get a lot of it. Right now, we only have about 10. I'm going to bring the drug lab back to the base along with the serum. We'll start stockpiling it there, that way we don't have to move all around the city to try to make the serum itself when we're ready. Well, kiddo, the good news is there's still a bit of hope, and your pop-pop might make it out of this alive. The bad news is, I'm gonna need my shotgun back. Thanks, sweetheart. Well, on the bright side, we basically have nothing to lose. Let's go ahead and finish these bastards off. Although, even that being said, I would still prefer not to get any more infections. It would be just a bit of a pain in the ass to continue with all that pain as well as all those infections. I'm pretty sure as long as we use the serum, and it works correctly, though it doesn't really matter how many infections we have, as it's all the same virus. And let's get it hauled inside. It's gonna be a bit tedious because we have to do it one by one. Oh shit. Oh shit. We have a raid from the central state government. Most likely, I'd say they'll be fighting, yeah, the zombies. They're most likely going to be eradicating literally everyone, so it doesn't matter who it is, including me, but I also have an infection, so even if, you know, whatever, I would still be getting eradicated, I'm pretty sure. Let's see if we can spot them around the corner here. I hear something. It sounds like the government member is not with us anymore. Yeah. This officer of the law is gone. Well, less work for us, I suppose. See if we can kill this bastard. He did leave behind a few items, which is going to be useful. Oh man, look at this. The zombies have been feasting on animals down here. Let's go ahead and extract the serum from these two. I also want to pick up these weapons, because we could take those back with us, and that machine gun pistol will actually be a bit better than the shotguns, especially for Janice, I think. Let's go ahead and take some of these serums back. This is only going to equate to 13, so we still have a lot more work to do. Thankfully, we do have a few days to extract them. I know the graves are down here, and days ago, we did see zombies down this way. I think our first or second day here, so it's worth checking the area. They may not have moved far. And if that is the case, we'll be able to kill them. There are some traces of blood. Ah! Here's one. Let's try to kill them. Back up, back up, back up. I have been trying to let them get in close, because when that happens, obviously, when they close the distance, now it doesn't matter as much because we're already infected, as I've been harping on for far too long, of course, but that is our main thing right now. But when they close the distance like that, we don't have to worry about getting infected, and it also makes it quite a bit easier for us to shoot them with the shotgun, of course. We'll add that to our stockpile, and we're also going to just take a bit of time. We still have quite a bit of time before we become a zombie, so we can, of course, tend to our needs. We do need to get some food for Janice and ourselves. I know we had pemmican somewhere. We're able to play a little bit more fast and loose, but we still have to be careful. Okay. 42 pemmican. That should keep us fed for a decent, very moderately decent amount of time. There's a zombie we can extract from as well. And even though we're going to sleep, yeah, let's have a nice meal with our daughter. There's a good chance it could be our last. Most likely not, because we still have some time left and we'll have to eat again, but you know what I mean. And with our bellies full, it's time to call it a night. Pun intended, I suppose, on a very long day. Even with a nice dinner, I can't help but continue thinking about my impending doom. What's Janice gonna do without me? It's going to take a lot of extract to make that serum, at least to give me a decent chance of actually curing this virus. And I'd be lying to you if I said I wasn't very afraid to go out there and face so many of them. But it's what I have to do. It's my duty as a protector and as a father. And that's exactly why for the next few days I did nothing but hunt down the undead, with a merciless fire in my belly to survive. Thanks to the machine gun pistol that we had picked up previously, I could also keep my distance until they got a bit close, where I could then pull out the charged shotgun, lobbing off their heads rather easily. Hunting them down was actually more easy than I initially thought it would be, but that's only because of the infection. I don't want to have to deal with this another time, God forbid. I had already risked it all like a fool and burned myself. And by the time it was all said and done, a couple of days later after hunting them, we had about 36 vials of extract, which, as you could guess, isn't going to be near enough. We still have a lot of work to do. I only pray that we'll be able to get enough of it together before my time runs out. I can feel my body starting to be different. While venturing into the city to kill many of these undead for their extract, I would also find some time to go about hauling items back to the base. If this does end up being my end, I want to ensure that my little girl is prepared and stocked for what is to come. This is probably a good time to mention as well that we've had this penicillin for quite some time, as you might remember from earlier in the video, but penicillin only protects against other types of diseases and illnesses like the plague or the flu, things like that, not against the zombie infection. Otherwise, we would have taken it early on. I made sure to spend time with Janice when I could as well, just in case, you know what I mean? She really seemed to like that red sheriff's hat that we found. It wasn't much of a gift, but given the circumstances, it was the best that we could do. Besides, look at that smile. If I died tomorrow, I'd die a happy father. But even so, I'm gonna do my absolute damnedest to ensure that that doesn't happen. For days on end throughout the city, I would wander, explore, killing zombies everywhere I found them, harvesting and extracting their bile and fluids for the serum. We ended up with quite a decent-sized stockpile. I think by the end of it, we had about 70 or so. That's not exactly 100% chance of curing it, but you know what, Janice? I think that might be as good as it's going to get. We still have a bit of time left, but I'm thinking we should probably take a 70% chance of curing the virus because it's already very dangerous going out there and trying to kill them like this. I've had many close calls. Alright, time for the moment of truth. We're going to start trying to produce and synthesize the cure with a 70% chance of actually curing us. It's going to take quite some time here, but once it's finished, we'll actually be able to use it. I am thinking, though, that before we use it, maybe, I don't know, I want to say kill more zombies, obviously, because we don't have to worry about the threat of infection like that, but I also kind of just want to make sure that we are cured ASAP. We're not really going to be leaving the city. We'll be staying here So, not that it really matters. Anywhere we go, there's going to be a large zombie presence, unless we could somehow get into one of those quarantined settlements. So it looks like, alright, we do have... Oh, we have our serum with a 70% chance, and here we go. Okay, so I'm just now realizing that, unfortunately, I was wrong. To use the cure, we can only use it on one part of our body at a time. So I guess it's a really good thing that we didn't actually get a second infection. It does have to be administered as a operation. Now that is going to be fine, and the reason that's going to be fine is because we do actually have some refugees approaching the city, and they're looking for us. They're looking to rest and regroup, and so we have a good chance of one of them being able to perform medical operations. What we can do, and I think this is what we'll try, is to cure the infection in the torso, and then to amputate Dutch's arm. I think that's our best case here. And I think once we do that, we might actually use the refugees, since they are wanting hospitality, to explore the rest of the city. And if they find anything useful, good, we'll take it. If they don't, then we all will move on together out of the city, and we'll try to find some other useful items somewhere else. We'll continue trying to move on city to city, that kind of thing. I think that's the game plan, though. After reading over the agreement from the refugee, just to ensure that they're not trying to do us dirty, I suppose, we would quickly accept. We have our refugee going by the name of Moppus, I believe is how you say it, so we're going to try to get her back to where the base is. Of course, we need to watch for zombies. So Moppus is about to walk through the door here. Check their health. So they have a stab scar. No bites. They are indeed not infected, as we thought. The issue, Moppus has a 1 in medical. We're gonna give it our best shot. That's really all we can do. I'm gonna level with you. That's all we really got. Okay, we are going to attempt to cure Dutch of the infection. I'm hoping this goes well. I'm assuming the medical skill probably still affects the infection, like the cure success rate. I don't know for sure, because I know the cure has a 70% chance of curing that limb. We have a transport pod. Oh, okay. All right. Whoa. Okay, so we managed to cure the infection in the torso. Now, the hard part is going to be amputating his left arm, which actually will infect him faster than what his torso would, because that's where the original was. We do have Glitter World Medicine. We have plenty of that left, which is good. Even with a really dog shit medical skill, having that good medicine will pay off. Doesn't mean it's a guarantee that it's going to work, but much higher success chance, so let's give that a try now. Alright, so we're going to attempt to amputate it now. I'm very nervous. This is probably the wrong decision. We could attempt to go out and get more serum, make a cure that's maybe 10 or 20%. I don't think we're going to have enough time to get 30 or above %, so the chance of actually curing it, basically next to nothing, especially with the new lady here, the pig lady, what was her name? Moppus, especially with her low medical skill. I personally think this is the right choice. It probably isn't. I feel like we might not even be able to hack the arm off. But that's what we're going to try to do. That's all we really have to it. Here we go. And, okay, let's get that patched. I can't believe that fucking worked. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm sorry. I know we're doing the spooky, I'm scared, and I am. I was very afraid right there. The whole tone, but that's literally incredible. Glitter World Medicine definitely saved the day on that. I have no idea. I'm sure there's a way to add up the success chance, the chance that would succeed. Maybe it was pretty high, but my guess was that it was going to be next to impossible. Dutch is saved. No more infection. He doesn't have a left arm anymore, which sucks because his shooting skill's going to be pretty dog shit now, or his ability to shoot. Wow. That's actually insane, though. That's incredible to me. I'm excited. I'm glad. It looks like we might be surviving just yet. Now, while Dutch is healing up, though, and the anesthesia's wearing off, we do have a transport pod with a mute person by the name of Tasia. Tasia has not joined us yet, of course. We could accept her, but I don't really want to just go accepting people if we can't get them out of a situation like this. Luckily, even though Dutch is still sedated, we can take Mopus down, or Mopus, send her over there. I'm going to go very slow. We don't want to lose her, even though she's only staying with us for a brief period of time. But I'm going to send her over there and see if we can rescue this person. There's an infected over here. Gotta be careful. Come this way and just take a look around before we go straight over there. It looks like Tasia can see pretty far in her area, which is good. With the zombie right there, why don't we just grab her and just keep moving? Just grab her, keep on going. You might not even get noticed. It looks like it might not have even seen us. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. That's what we want. Oh, it did see us now. Keep going. Janice could stand guard at the door. I don't want her going out and getting killed, but here an infected somewhere over here. Oh, yeah. Okay. Come on, Janice. Open fire. There we go. Go in. Go. Oh, wow. Her first kill. That is incredible. Absolutely incredible. And Dutch is already back on his feet. Well, you'll be very proud of your little girl, Dutch. Let me tell you, we've also rescued someone. I also didn't even consider the fact that we only have 2 bedrooms. That's all right, though. So we have Tasia. Let's go ahead and we'll accept her. She does have paralytic abasia for 33 days. Maybe... Oh, and Dutch is puking. The situation has gotten better, but the situation is also pretty bad. I don't want to turn Tasia down. I would have kept her either way. I didn't really pay attention to that. I kind of assumed she might have had it. But I didn't want to turn her down because she's only 15. She's a child, you know, and even so, if she's a helpless person, we're not just going to leave her out there. Dutch, there's no way in hell I'm letting you go outside right now. There is a zombie at our door, though. So... why don't we let Moppers take your charged shotgun, and we'll actually let Janice go outside with Moppers. And I think Dutch would approve as long as Janice watches her own back and is quite careful. He's also very distraught and sick, so he probably isn't even thinking about this type of thing. So let's see if the 2 of them can go out, though, and clear out some zombies for us. It has become a dark and stormy night. It's going to be a little harder to shoot them in this type of weather, but that's okay. I don't want Janice taking the lead, obviously. Let's go ahead and come up as close as we can. They're very focused on breaking down the door, thankfully, so... Oh, not it. Oh, yeah, okay, good. I got very scared there. So we have cleared them. There are more, though. There are more coming. I don't think Dutch would just let his little girl stay outside, given all the commotion and the noise, though, right? So Dutch, as Dutch, am going to be coming to their aid, even while sick and even after just curing the infection, because by God, that's what a father does. Fearless. We do have to be careful, though, because Dutch is going to be quite a bit slower as well. See if we can finish off this last one here. There we go. Dutch, can you... Oh, you're too busy puking. There it is. There, put them down. That seems to be most of them for the evening. I think we're gonna go ahead and go in. Yeah, I think we should be good for the most part. Finally able to lie our weary heads to rest tonight. I wish I could actually fall asleep, but I'm a little bit too afraid that our new quote-unquote friend here is going to betray us at some point. It's a shame because it has been a hell of a last couple of days and I could really use the shut-eye. As I attempted to doze in and out and to also keep an eye on Moppus throughout the night, eventually the sun would rise on the city once more. But just when I thought things couldn't get any stranger, the following morning a farmer by the name of Strapping offered to join us. How he found us here exactly, I'm not sure. It's a little unusual that we have so many people dropping in all of a sudden. Nevertheless, a hard-working, blue-collar man like Strapping probably has a pretty good moral character and a very useful skill set, so of course we would accept. Strapping would enter on the opposite side of the city. In his search for us, he began exploring some of the buildings that we had yet to venture to in the southern part of the city, finding many useful items, most for recreation like a billiards table, poker table, but also finding a few production areas as well as a few other things like food. Food, which he would decide to bring to us not only so that he may eat, but as a gesture of goodwill. We allowed him to come inside, but stopped him in his tracks. You know the drill by this point. We have to check him for any bites or scratches. Looks like he's all good and doesn't have an infection. I guess you can stay with us. I will say that pemmican that he decided to bring with him was a welcome sight, and a very welcome gift as well, as we were all absolutely starving and starting to run low on our own pemmican that we had. It is a bit odd that we've had so many people begin joining us all at once, it seems, but maybe it's all just in my head. It had only been the two of us for ever so long, it felt like, and I had only recently cured my infection. Perhaps I'm feeling a little odd about everything as well, seeing how I only have one arm to defend myself and my daughter. Nevertheless, though, for now, it seems like we are all one big merry band of assholes together. Besides, in times of great need such as this infectious plague, coming together as friends and family as one unified group is exactly what we might need. Speaking of which, Strapping began telling us about the things that he found in the southern part of the city that we had yet to venture to, such as production areas like an electric forge. Could be useful for smithing our own weapons and armor. There were also plenty of half-charge batteries that we could use to bring power to this electric forge, as well as our base or anything else that might require electricity. There were also quite a few areas with vehicle wreckage that Strapping thinks we might be able to salvage and possibly, though it's a long shot, even restore, allowing us to drive a great big ice truck or even some type of fancy fast car out of the city to a new destination. That would sure help us out with traveling, though I don't exactly know where we would get the fuel. We have seen at least a couple of biofuel refineries, so perhaps we could try to make our own fuel. That way we could use these vehicles to get out of the city. Or perhaps we don't even mess with these death traps as they're just wasting our time. We could also just grab some of the useful items like medicine and gold and anything else that we find here and leave on foot. The possibilities are truly, well, maybe not endless, but there's definitely a lackluster amount of limitations, I would say. But let me know what you think we should do. I'd love to see your ideas and your feedback. And as our first episode winds down to a close here, I just want to say thank you guys, because without your support and your enjoyment of the first video here of me trying the newly updated Zombieland 1.6, I definitely wouldn't have started this series. You guys really seem to enjoy that. I was kind of surprised and shocked that it done as well as it did, especially with me featuring a lot of raw gameplay. Doing videos this way is a lot of fun for me, where I kind of do our narration like I typically do, but you also get to see me actually engaging and playing in the game with our characters and the pawns and stuff. So I was very surprised that you guys enjoyed that. It's not typically my style. I don't think I've done videos like that consistently for years now. So yeah, very surprised, but also very grateful and very excited. I also done a poll after that asking you guys if you'd like to see more raw gameplay throughout these videos like this. I think it was a vast majority of you guys said that you did. And again, very surprised, very shocked, but also extremely excited and very grateful. I love this type of playstyle, I really do. It's also quite a bit easier because instead of recording what the characters are doing and then talking about it sometime later and having to cut up the clips and yada yada yada, I actually get to narrate as I'm doing it, and I feel like that's a more genuine and also a more natural kind of way to watch things. So I'm really glad that you guys like it. I like it a lot. And yeah, I want to thank you guys again, though. Thank you ever so much for watching, of course. And be sure to let me know what you'd like to see throughout this series. What do you think we should do? Should we leave the city in some type of restored vehicle? Should we walk out? Let me know. And I hope to see you next time. Ah, the city. Once a monument to progress. Now, just a graveyard of steel and stone. The rain tries to wash it clean, but the filth of the infection is far too deep. The only things that are able to cleanse the zombie virus are lead and fire. Many have died, but some, like ourselves, are managing to survive somehow, hidden away in small sanctuaries, pockets of normalcy. The name's Dutch, and this here is my daughter Janice. We've had a rough go of things in the recent months, like losing my eye, and most recently getting an infection in my left arm that had to be cut off, but we are alive, and that is the most important part. We are also in the company of Strapping, a farmer, Tasia, who we don't know all that much about. We rescued her from a crashed drop pod, and she has a sleeping disease. She'll wake up in about 2 or 3 months from now, I'd say. And we also have Moppers, a refugee who has recently joined us, who I don't exactly trust. Not yet. We may all be surviving together, but I am gonna keep a good eye on them. Specifically, my good eye, that is. One of our top priorities right now is getting everyone their own room as well as their own bedding. As you can see, a lot of us have been sleeping on the floor recently since the current uptick in the population. So, we are going to be clearing out some of these rooms with the furniture being deconstructed. That way we can keep the resources, and then we are going to be forming a little posse. We're going to be heading down towards the southwestern part of the city where we know there is some furniture for us. Contrary to popular belief, zombies rely a lot on their sight as well as their smell, so we're going to be going at night. And of course, dousing ourselves in rainwater, careful not to get spotted by any of the infected bumbling and fumbling around in the alleyways. We would end up arriving at what the old planetary state government used as some type of slave quarters. Disgusting, barbaric practice. It's no wonder the world had to end. But there are no more slaves in the city, which also means that nobody's going to need these beds. Well, except for us, that is, of course. We're uninstalling them all except for one, which happened to be made out of devil strand. We decided to deconstruct that one. I felt that the material might be more useful for us to craft something with, of course. And as the sun began to rise, we quickly gathered up all the beds and brought back to our little base. We would go back and grab the sleeping rules as well to do the exact same thing. Now that everyone has a somewhat comfortable spot to sleep in, we need to do some pretty minor renovations to the place. Now, I'm not going to be tearing down the entire building and rebuilding it. I just want to ensure that everyone has their own room and also that it is quite safe from the infected. You'll notice a planned area here for us to build a steel wall for our protection. We can only build up to this point because that is actually the map edge. Now the rest of this building is farther out, and initially I was going to completely dismantle it, use those resources to kind of reinforce the current walls, if you will. But I actually decided to leave it as it is, something of a courtyard. This way there's a large open space for us to escape from in case infected wander in, and it'll also be open in case they end up wandering back out. Wishful thinking perhaps, but possible. Just one little issue. Moppus ended up wandering around in sadness due to being very hungry. Instead of going and eating some of the pemmican, she's decided to have a mental break. which is a shame, because there are zombies literally right in front of her. Son of a bitch, Moppus. You know, I realize the situation that we're all in could make someone act a little odd, but this was not the solution, Moppus, and having your brain snap like a twig is only going to make things worse. Unfortunately, Moppus has gotten herself into a bit of a pickle. Very good chance that she gets the infection here. She's now being chased by them. Unfortunate. Let's go this way. They're going to be chasing her. We'll try to meet them on this side, where hopefully we can help her. Oh, she did go inside. She's gotten a bit of food. She's also attracting zombies, is basically what I'm trying to get at here. They should be, yeah, right there. Alright. Let's see if we can take them down. There we go. Okay. You're going to eat a raw egg when we could have easily just went out and gotten food. If she attempts to leave again, what I'm going to do is arrest her. Because, I mean, basically I would have to, right? For now, let's go and get everyone some food so we don't have this issue anymore. So while Dutch is doing that, let's take strapping. And let's see if we have any food. We may not actually have food in the area anymore, which would probably be the reason that she couldn't find any and thus ended up having a mental break. But if we don't find some, other people will also end up having the issue. We also have a cryosleep casket that contains something. I never noticed that before. Let's get the alpaca. So we'll go ahead and get the alpaca, and what we'll do is we'll bring it back and we'll butcher it and make some meals for everyone. We'll have to keep an eye on Moppus though. Obviously, not having food is going to cause her to do that. We do have a Twinkie, though. I think Strapping must have been hiding that in his pocket. Not sure how I feel about Strapping hoarding food, though. So gonna go ahead and butcher our alpaca. We'll get Strapping to build a fire. Absolutely perfect. Looks like Dutch has a skill of 3, which is pretty bad, but... Oh, no. Nobody eat the raw meat. I realize it's quite tempting, given our situation, but... we need to eat some actual food here. Hunting is a pretty decent, way of getting food, I think. But in this scenario, it comes with a lot of risk. Yeah. So, Moppus is going to be infected. We could always hack off her arm. Still have Glitter World medicine, so it's definitely possible. I feel a bit silly, she started starving, and, as a group, as a collective, it is our duty to make sure that we are all fed. And since, we didn't do that, she ended up, having a freak out, and, so she's bit. We take responsibility. On the other hand, though, we need to find other food sources. Now, there are berries, and of course this rice, but there's not that much down here. There's wild strawberry plants, that might be good. There's just so much danger that comes along with it. But until we decide to leave this place, realistically, that's our only option. And we kind of need to go about gathering as much as possible anyway. Otherwise, how are we going to travel, right? Well, our little food collection journey would also involve a lot of violence against the undead. Thankfully, without us getting bit. We had to fight through some pretty decent-sized groups of zombie that were very densely packed in the area. I believe the population throughout the city overall has increased significantly, which is another bit of an issue for us. That also means that if we don't clear them out, which we really don't have the capability of doing, at some point we need to leave, probably sooner than we anticipated. After we sliced through a path of zombies to make our way to the rice and berries here in the northwestern part of the city, we immediately began collecting some food, obviously, as well as extracting some serum from the zombies themselves. And once these tasks were completed, it was time for us to bring it all back home. Everyone was pretty ecstatic about all the rice and berries, and Dutch immediately started working on cooking up some meals with them as well. This would keep everyone well fed, and our new beds that we collected earlier would keep everyone well rested. Strapping went to bed for the night along with Moppus, as I and Janice sat by the fire warming ourselves and just enjoying each other's company. Every decent father lives for moments like this, but these days, these moments are few and far between. We have to appreciate them while they last. Now then, even though we don't plan on staying here in this city permanently, we don't know how long it's going to be before we have the opportunity to leave. So we still need to do a few renovations to the base as it is now, giving everyone their own personal bedrooms. Luckily, a lot of the materials that we had gotten from removing flooring and deconstructing walls of the building earlier on in the video would help us do that. As we were doing this construction, though, we heard quite the ruckus outside. A horde of zombies, a pack of them, were hunting down an elephant just in our courtyard. We couldn't have a horde of this size just outside our doors, so we decided to intervene. Everyone, and I don't mean everyone, minus Tasia of course, because she's still suffering from her sleeping disease, would go outside and we would start killing as many of them as humanly possible. This might seem a bit reckless, but it would be even more reckless to let them all start building up in this area, because after the group gets so large and they get on top of the building's roof, they could come crashing in at any moment. Besides, the more of them that we kill, the more serums we can extract, and thus the higher chance that our next cure will have of actually curing the infection. You know, like the one that's still currently raging on in Mappa's arm at the moment. Thankfully, since animals seem to be immune to the infection, we could also finish off the elephant, bring it inside, and butcher it. That way we'll have food for quite some time. And not just rice and berries, some actual protein as well. And by the time the moon was high in the sky once more, we all finally had our own individual bedrooms. Now this is comfortable. And we're right next to Mappa's. That way we can watch her if she turns, or if she just turns on us. Ah, see? What did I tell you? I knew Mappa's couldn't be trusted. Strapping? Oh my god. An agent of the Central State, no less. I would say he was going to play the long game and try to kill us all in our sleep, but now that Mappa's has that infection, he's gotten a little bit antsy. Oh, Strapping, you dirty, no good son of a bitch. Oh, there we go. Oh, shit. Shooting that, though, has... it sounds like they've heard it, the zombies outside. Strapping, you dirty bastard. You filthy son of a bitch. Mappa's, I can't believe that I thought that you would betray us, and yet I was taken for a fool by Strapping. Let's see if we can put this zombie down. We've already made plenty of noise, so I hardly think it's going to matter too much. Yeah, go ahead and double tap him. We want to make sure that he doesn't come back to life. Yes, to think that we let our guard down for one and not the other. Or we were overly suspicious of one and not the other, I should say. Well, on the bright side, young Strapping, now you get to be food for the infected, you piece of shit. It is a little concerning the Central State government would send somebody out like that to infiltrate survivors' camps, most likely to try to clear out the infection as a whole by getting rid of the food source of the zombies, the main food source, which also creates more, which is, i.e., other humans, of course. So I suppose it all makes sense. Thank God we somehow managed to kill him, though, before he was able to kill Mappa's in her sleep, and then the rest of us. I must say that I do feel quite a bit embarrassed. I had been anticipating a traitor this entire time, and yet I got the person completely wrong. Now that doesn't exactly mean that Mappa's can be trusted 100%, but I do suppose her assistance of taking out Strapping during the night does mean that we at least owe her the chance of tending to her arm and trying to cure the infection before we lob it off. Janice, Papa, and Mappa's are gonna go out and find some serum for that cure. Make sure that you feed yourself, and also give Tasia her sponge bath. You're in charge, sweetie. Since we're trying to collect as much serum as we could, we were going to go fighting throughout the city, killing all of the infected that we could as well. But that wasn't our only task. We also wanted to try to go about exploring the rest of the city. Strapping had told us about a lot of the unexplored portions of the city, but truly could his information be trusted now? I think we need to see for ourselves. We ended up exploring some of these undiscovered buildings, but unfortunately there was really nothing of use, just as Strapping had said, but again, I wasn't so sure if he was telling the truth. We wanted to explore other areas, like this cryo-sleep casket I mentioned a moment ago, which apparently is completely empty. Not sure how I didn't notice that, but I'm glad we double-checked, I guess. So realistically, this little expedition was only for plenty of serum, as well as a few dead animals that we could butcher for food. By the time we arrived back home, apparently Janice had left some berries at the doorstep, and a monkey had come to eat them and self-tame. Right, well, that's all well and good, but we have far too many mouths to feed right now and not enough animals to eat, so I'm afraid the monkey would have to go in the stew pot for tonight. Thankfully, Janice wasn't all that attached to it just yet. I would spend the rest of the evening preparing food for the coming days as well as our departure from the city. But as the night went on, so we have the attack from the central state government, and it looks like they're coming from the southwestern section. There's still a decent bit of zombies in the area, so I expect that it sounds like, yeah. Sounds like they're fighting them already. Now the question is, do we bring people out to fight as well? I don't think so. However, Mappas being infected already, I think, would probably come out. And also, of course, trying to get goodwill with Dutch, assuming her intentions are true, and even if they're not, still trying to get goodwill with Dutch and the others, would most likely come out, take a look around, and see if she can spot these central government folk. We don't want to run into any infected. It did sound like they were already fighting the infected. Before they make their way here, though, oh, right there. Right there, I believe. Oop, oop, oop. There's someone. I hear eating, of course, so we're just going to follow the sound throughout the city. Let's see what's going on here. Is this a... I can't really tell if that's a central state government agent. Maybe it is. Looks like... I'm guessing, so I notice here in the corner, and you could see too, this looks to have been an assassin. Now, they've most likely sent these assassins to finish us off, and I wanted to mention too, in a little bit of a voiceover, that now looking back on it, I expect that these assassins were supposed to have rendezvoused with Strapping in the southwestern part of the city, the same part that he arrived in previously, last episode if you remember. And they most likely didn't find him there because, well, we killed him, of course, and so they decided to venture in further to try to find him and to kill us if need be. So it looks like the zombies have cleared out the threat from the state government, which is good. We really probably won't have too many issues with them, unless we're out in the open away from the city where there's not as many zombies, I would say, in the beginning. Or once they just start sending in entire teams to wipe out entire cities. That could be an issue. But their assassins are trying to sneak in, and it's just not really working. While we're out, though, I do want to grab some batteries. Even if we don't end up using them in this city, we can also haul them back, and we can take them with us on our journey. So yeah, once we get enough food, though, we get Mappas cured of the infection, whether it's from an actual cure or we just lob that arm off. Gotta be careful there. We will try to move on to the next city. I also wanted to take up some time staying here for a bit, waiting on Tasia to be cured of her sleeping disease, but, I mean, so far, it's just going to take a really long time, so there's really no point in trying to stay here, getting overwhelmed by zombies, and not having any new or interesting resources or weapons or anything within the city, right? Because we've already explored this entire place, except for maybe a few tiny areas, but there's nothing really here that's of use to us anymore in terms of weapons and stuff, so that's going to be a big thing when we move on to the next city. Speaking of which, our preparations to leave to go to the next city are getting kicked into an overhaul at the moment. As you can see, we're actually ripping up some of the fine carpet in one of these rooms. That way we can get plenty of cloth. cloth that we're going to crudely sew together into something of a backpack. This crude, simple backpack will actually increase the wearer's carrying capacity by 60 kilograms, which is quite the improvement. We would give this one to Moppus, and we would actually go out into the city, find a hand tailoring bench, and that way we could make ourselves our very own sack. Though it may seem a bit smaller, the sack actually increases the carrying capacity by 100 kilograms, at the cost of our moving speed. Dutch, of course, is going to be the one wearing this. This, in tandem with his other pack, actually increases his carrying capacity by quite a bit, turning him into something of a mule, if you will. We're going to take it off once we get to the next city because we don't need him slowed down and getting eaten. As you can imagine, since we have a little bit of dead weight, that being Tasia, who can't actually walk, these packs are very much crucial to our travel. Some folks without any morals, you could say, would probably just ditch Tasia at the nearest, well, ditch and let the zombies have her while stuffing all of their backpacks full of gold and silver. But I like to think that we're pretty good people. We don't have all that much food saved up, a few meals and also a few handfuls of meat that we could probably cook. This, though, with foraging on the road, should be enough of a supply of food to get us to the next city. But before we do that, we have a big issue to take care of. Once we're on the road, time is going to fly by very quickly, meaning that Moppus will almost definitely be turned into a zombie by the time we arrive at our destination. So we need to take care of her infection before we leave. To help us with this, we've actually built an operating table, which has a 10% bonus on the success of a surgery. So that should help us out quite a bit. We're really going to need it because we only have enough serum to make a 60% cure. Meaning there's a 60% chance of it actually being cured. I guess if worst comes to worst, she'll have to be a peg-arm pal like me. Alright, we're about to attempt the curing of Moppus's arm, and we have zombies beating down the doors. She has 36, about 36 hours before actually becoming a zombie, so the animals are getting eaten are very loud. Let's just see if this will work, I suppose. Alright, that's not good. So, well, her left arm did get cut off, though. So, I mean, that is good. I mean, so she's technically cured, but, well, she lost her arm. You know what? I'll take it as a win. At least there's no more infection. I mean, it was a failure, but also a success, so I'll take it. And you know what? That's probably even better, because at the very least, even though her arm was cut off in the process and she's no longer infected, she also is not under the influence of anesthesia, so we can actually go ahead and leave the city ASAP. I would have preferred her keeping her arm, but, you know, if we had to cut it off, this is probably the best outcome for that. And with that, I think it's time that we collect all of our things and finally depart this damn hellhole. Will we find our permanent home? Most likely eventually. Will this next place be our permanent home? We'll have to see, I suppose. As we were gathering up all of our things, I noticed that one of our members was refusing to go. Moppus. She's wanting to go our separate ways all by herself. Oh, I see. So in the end, you really were a traitor. You didn't try to kill us, but you wasted our time to cure your infection before you decided to tell us you had no plans of going with us. Guess you're smarter than you look, you dirty swine. I definitely wouldn't have lobbed off your arm or tried to cure you if I knew that. Alright then. But give us all our shit back or I'll blast you. Do whatever you want with the place, but we're taking all of our things. And just to be nice, even though we probably shouldn't be, I'll leave you a few scraps of the monkey meat behind to eat. And with that, myself, Janice, and the sleeping Tasia would all head out to our next city destination. Godspeed to you, Moppus. May we cross paths again in the future, perhaps on better terms. Our journey to the next city would take us about a total of 5.5 days. As we were traveling on the road, we actually ended up celebrating Janice's 7th birthday. I tried to make it as special as I could for her given what we had. I had a matchstick and a little pile of berries for her to blow out the candle. But more importantly, it would seem she's now capable of doing a few different types of work, And she's also something of a night owl. But after celebrating her 7th birthday for a bit, we would continue our journey to the great, well, at least once great city of Paleoparia. Unlike the previous, this city is landlocked, meaning that there is no glorious ocean view for us anytime that we so choose. But perhaps with a bit of luck, we might just have some other more useful things here than just scenic views like weapons and food and so on and so forth. Ah, Janice, it feels like we're carrying the weight of the world on our shoulders. I guess we kind of are, with Tasia and all of our belongings, but we shall bear the burden together, little one. Now, I'm gonna tell you, I don't know how I feel about staying in this city permanently, and it's not because of zombies, but it is because there is a Central State Government soldier already here. This is actually a 15-year-old teenage riot officer. My God, it's insane. They actually recruit children. I mean, I guess given the situation, it makes sense, but, you know, with the zombies, but still, I don't think that that's right. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. There we go. Oh yeah. Whoa. Let's take a look. We've shot off her right hand and her left arm. So before we kill this lady, I want to beat her down, because she has some pretty good gear. We've already shot off both of the things that she would hold a gun with, so there's not much worry there. Janice does need to move, though. She's going to get very much hurt. We have to remember this lady is wearing some decent gear, so let's see if we can take her down with our knife. See if we can use a pistol on her. I really didn't want that to happen, but oh well. Janice is fine, just a few bruises. So really quickly, I'm going to go ahead and tend Janice. It's very unfortunate. I really wanted to take her gear. I knew that she'd probably have a death acidifier, but that's fine. So I'm going to tend to Janice, and then I'll tend to myself. Now, we don't want to waste all of the medicine on Janice's bruises, right? That would just be silly. I'm going to tend to myself, first and foremost. For me, I do have one gunshot, but I mostly have bites from the lady who didn't have arms, so she started biting us, which I suppose makes sense. There are zombies nearby, I hear them, but I feel like we should try bunkering down for the night in a small place, since we're already injured from having to fight these bastards. We're hearing noise over here, so it seems as if another state government member is most likely over there fighting with the undead. Could definitely be what's happening. So for the bruises, yeah, we want to make sure we're not using any actual medicine. She'll heal from those on her own, not as quickly, of course, with them not being tended with actual medicine, but she's not bleeding and there's no risk of infections with a bruise. Oh man. Okay, so it sounds like the zombies definitely finished them off. Yeah, we're gonna put Tasia in this bed. Let's take a look. We still have to be very careful. I'm not going to shoot them if I see them, but let's start taking a look around. It looks like we have arrived, and we're hiding out in the slave quarters building for the Central State Government slaves that they previously had. I don't see any slaves here. We could try to free them, if we do find them. Let's just kind of take it slow. We'll start adventuring through the new city here. Do we see any undead? Not yet. Of course, we do hear them over to the western side. This could be a good building if there's not a lot of undead over this way. Let's see. Stroganov may actually be from the state government who is turned. I don't want to get his attention, so let's go through here. We have tattered rags. We have some chocolate. We also have a book. I'm sure that Janice would love a book to keep herself entertained. Let's be very careful. We'll go this way. I also see it looks like we have some fuel. The thing is, too, we're all very hungry because we ran out of food on the road. So I am going to actually eat some of the chocolate. Now, a second ago, I could have swore, and I don't hear it now, I could have swore I heard a gun ringing out in the distance. Most likely, more soldiers or riot police fighting the undead. They could be in a battle for the city here as well, and we've just wandered right in. All very dangerous, obviously. Let's take a look. So we have some fuel. That would be great for a car, if and when we get one. I'm hearing a gun going off. Oh my god. A zombie. Whoa, Janice. Oh my god. Alright, Janice, move. Move. It almost got to her. This, my friends, is why you don't forget to double tap your zombies. This is what ends up happening. Well, she technically wasn't a zombie, but riot police officer that we blasted her arms off, of course. There we go. That was a very close call. Oh shit, it's a police officer, I think? Oh my god, that was close. Whew, holy. Drum rifle, we were shot twice. Do we have the medicine with us? We do not. I am gonna go back. I think we're gonna try to spend the rest of the evening together. Let's be very careful here. I need to watch for enemies. Okay. Whew. I need to get back up here, though, and I need to tend to myself once again. This is... I mean, there's just so much going on, right? Having so many Central State members in the city already is a big difference. Seems like they have a much higher presence here than any... well, we've only been to the other city, of course. They definitely have a much higher presence here than they do at the other city, that's for sure. So I'm thinking we're going to need to try to tend to our wounds and stuff first, and then we'll start venturing out a bit more. With that, I am going to make this a place for Janice, and I want her to go in there and sleep tonight, because we don't want all of our shit right out here in the open. We really need to try to board up the walls that have large openings in them so nobody else is coming through as well. Hurry up and tend to ourselves. That would be wonderful. I'm praying we don't get an infection. It's already nighttime, so we need some materials, basically. And I'm going to claim these doors. This will allow us to lock them, and the Central State government will no longer be able to come in. Let's go ahead and work on this wooden wall. Dutch has our bedrolls, so we're starting to run low on medicine as well. So we're going to need to find some medicine here. We're gonna have to maybe harvest some heal root. We need medicine, though. It's very critical that we keep at least a little bit of medicine at all times. All right, and we'll finally be able to lie down for the evening. Whew. Now that is one hell of a day so far. For the rest of the night, as the rain would cascade across the broken city streets, we would continue to sleep, careful to keep an open ear and open eye out. Everything was quite quiet until we heard someone come in to the opposite side of the building that we had locked off. It turned out to be a slave woman by the name of Williams. I was unsure whether or not she would be friendly, welcoming us, her new saviors, to break her chains with open arms, or if she would remain loyal and content in her position as a slave and become hostile with us. Only one way to find out. So I'm going to go and I'm going to confront her. We do, of course, have the opportunity to arrest her. But I mean, we could obviously do it. There's a decent-sized chance of it happening, but we could arrest her and force her to join us, which doesn't seem very nice. Doesn't seem very moral of us, right? And the argument could be made that she is a slave of the central government, and of course we should do that because that would be liberating her. However, personally, I think letting her have her own choice is much more liberating and freeing. She doesn't seem to be hostile towards us, not even a little bit. And the reason, though, I say that I think that that is more liberating for her is because, well, the central government isn't here. Or they might be somewhere throughout the city, more officers and soldiers, but they obviously don't have a grip on this place. Does she really want to be forced to join someone like us? I doubt it. And if she's not traveling to one of the facilities across the world that are secure and safe of infected, I mean, process of elimination tells me she is exactly where she wants to be. So I'm not going to arrest her. Unless she becomes hostile towards us, I'm not going to kill her, nothing like that, of course. And I'll allow her to have her own choice in the matter, of course. Now, as for me, we need food awful bad, so I am going to continue my search of the city, and I actually might follow along with her. Even if she doesn't want to join us, we could attempt to keep her as safe as humanly possible, I suppose. Just checking my corners here, ensuring I don't see any infected. We have a goose in here. We have a Ushunka. Ah, there she is. Ah, see? Following her is a good idea. She has pemmican. She knows where it's at. Let's see if we could find some of that, perhaps. Or yes. Perfect. Pemmican is exactly what we needed. So following her, really good idea. Perhaps she led us here to help us out. Awful kind of her. It's also nice having someone that we don't have to babysit at all times, even though we're kind of trying to protect her right now, but somebody that we don't have to babysit at all times who can kind of fend for themselves. It looks like Janice is up and walking again, which is really good, but I don't want her moving around too much because her being injured as a child is very dangerous for her, much more so than it would be for us. So we're all going to eat some pemmican here. How much am I eating? The Janice gets as much as she can eat. And then we'll eat what's left over. We don't want our daughter starving. We're a good father. We're going to make sure that she has plenty to eat. Tasia also needs fed, but she's not too picky. So we could just give her some scraps of the pemmican to keep her alive. Here you go, Tasia. It's not much, but it is still warm from being in our pocket, so not too bad, I'd say. There we go. So before we go back out and start exploring again, a few things. I want to drop the cloth sack that we made at the previous city. I mentioned it, and I completely forgot, but the sack is slowing us down by quite a bit. So now we should be a little bit faster. I do also really love the charged shotgun, but I'm thinking we either swap over to the combat pistol, which has a damage of 10, or the machine gun pistol, which has a damage of 6. It also has burst rounds as a machine gun pistol, of course, so I think I'm going to stick with that. The reason is because I swear, I don't exactly know why, but in our previous experience, it almost seems like kinetic weapons just seem to do better against the undead than the charge weapons. I don't know if it's because the rounds are heat-based, like the charge rounds and stuff. But also, with Dutch only having one arm, a one-handed weapon makes the most sense, in my opinion. We need to be very careful. So these two areas are open. I'm going to try to go into places like this instead of cracking doors wide open, because this city already has a pretty major prior infection, right? And that's most likely why the government's here, meaning that these streets are filled with zombies, and also these buildings could be as well, very, very easily. Especially when we have places like this, like we saw at the previous city, where there were a bunch of open graves that there used to be dead people in. We also have sarcophagi here the same way. I'm sure there's plenty of open graves as well, but you know what I mean. I am slowly going to try to infiltrate these places. I want to hold these doors open just in case. Okay, this looks to be a hospital. We have more penicillin, but we already have a lot. We should actually start taking that. Speaking of, let's actually take some now while we're healing from injuries. Yeah, so penicillin does prevent infections. I couldn't remember if it were infections or if it was just other stuff, so that works perfectly for Dutch being injured. And as a matter of fact, Janice, who is back home healing up, can also take some of the penicillin that we brought with us. There we go. There's already a pretty low chance of Janice getting an infection. We have a mad donkey somewhere out here. I'm pretty sure the zombies will kill it first. There was a low chance of her getting an infection anyways. Let's go ahead and keep these open. Simply because most of her injuries are bruises and stuff, so... Okay. Oh my god. Go, 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 go. Can you move? Move, 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 move. Oh my god. Please move, dude. Go, go, go. Out the door. Oh shit, that was close. We did suffer a small... Did we suffer a bite? Actually, I don't think we did. Oh, we have a bruise. Okay, thank God it wasn't a bite. That would have been much more concerning. Alright, so let's get away and go through this way, try and cut through this building. Very good that that was a bruise. We have a book in here. Very good that that was a bruise. I guess we'll break through the wall instead of a bite. Because if that were a bite, we would be in very bad shape for obvious reasons, and I'd prefer to make it back to Janice in one piece. I'm going to try to tear through this wall. I think it'll be faster since we don't have that great of a deconstruction skill. There we go. Or a construction skill, I mean to say. Let's just check this room out. Okay, we're clear. We did bring those batteries with us, so, you know, I might actually take... Okay, we have more zombies. Move, move, move. This way. I want to try to kill this one if I can. Maybe shotgun? I think our shooting's going to be way off. We are getting awful close here. That was one shot. There we go. Finally making some contact here. Ah, alright. That was a very close call. It is night once again. I say we grab one of these lights and we head back home. And so we would, sneaking quiet as a mouse through the wet, rainy city streets and the damp, dank, dark alleyways, arriving back home to our favorite gal just about an hour or so later, with electricity. For safety's sake, we're also going to be moving Janice's bed here into the main room where we put the light and battery, not only so that we can keep her safe, but also that way she'll feel a bit more safe with her papa and a bit of a night light. Truth be told, I myself was quite ecstatic about this new light in the building. This was the first light that we've had in a very long time that wasn't some type of flame. To make this house into a real home, I also gathered up a table as well as a couple of chairs for me and Janice to eat at. In moments like these, one could be forgiven for forgetting about the raging apocalypse outside. It's always about the tiny bits and pieces of normalcy that keep us from going insane, truly. If the world hadn't went to hell, I suppose this could be our home. And Tasia here could maybe be like our sick aunt or grandmother or something that constantly needs care. And the slave Williams would be our next door neighbor. Speaking of which, I haven't seen her in about a day or two. I hope she's alright. I was even more concerned for her safety when I found that mad donkey lying out in the rain, dead. Why would that concern me for Williams, you might ask? That means the zombies beat it to death, but didn't eat it. Meaning they were already full. Obviously, I don't want to assume the worst, but given our predicament here, it's hard not to. But unfortunately, Williams made her decision when we tried to, well, see if she wanted to join us, and she just continued being a slave and wandering around doing her own thing. I hope she's not oh, son of a bitch, well, look here. She's not, she just so happens to be on the opposite side of the city. Okay, well, I guess I was wrong, was silly me. I thought for sure. I don't know how she's made it this long, being naked and wandering around. But good for her. You know what? I was going to say she should have joined us, but whatever. So, currently, though, we are staying in this small area, and as we saw with the previous city, the line for us to build is only about to right there. That is a problem, because that is about half of our building. So, what we're going to do is start shaping this place up, I think, to become our actual base. Obviously, to go about doing that, we need to ensure that there are no zombies. Janice has been stuck inside for a few days, so I would like to take her outside with me to go about finishing off it. Oh shit, any zombies? Right here's one inside this building. Oh no, that's the cow. My mistake. So we have this big fella here. We're gonna go ahead and get started trying to shoot him. See if we can kill him. He seems a lot faster, though. Oh, this combat pistol fires so fast. Let's see if we can... He's distracted by the cow. Oh, shit. Look how fast he killed the cow. I want Janice to stand back. This guy seems really quick. Just in case he starts coming our way, I definitely don't want her... Okay, yep. I don't want her getting hit. I want you to go this way, Janice. Here we go. Oh, okay. Well, good. Perfect. So we're going to try to clear out this building, though. We'll use our shotguns. I want to clear out these rooms, and I think I'm going to put Janice in here, assuming it's clear. Yes, it is clear. I want Janice in there. I'll watch just in case. So we're going to assign Janice to this room. That way she'll be safe and sound inside while we start moving things over here. We also need to move Tasia down here as well. And so we would begin the moving process, starting with beds, our light, and our batteries, of course. And then we would move Tasia herself to ensure that she and Janice are both very safe while I continue these fatherly duties to both of them, essentially. The next step was getting all of our items hauled down here. Now, I do still have quite a few of them in my backpack, so this was still quite an easy process. But up next would be the hard part. We would have to repair the building's walls and doors using steel, wood, and a bit of granite that we got from some of the furniture and other different walls and doors, of course. That way we can ensure no infected wander in or any other enemies. This wasn't all that hard except for the fact that I have to keep an eye out for myself not to get bit or attacked during this time, as well as Tasia and my daughter, of course. But while I was doing the construction process... Okay, so it sounds to me like our raid is coming from this direction. We have to be very careful about how we play this. It'd be best if they got... Yeah, it sounds like they're engaging with zombies already. Let's step out into the street. It's gonna be... Oh, there's a zombie. I don't want to mess with the zombies right now. Only the... Oh, son of a bitch. I only want to mess with the actual soldiers, if we could help it. There we go. Because I want the zombies to kill the soldiers so I don't have to. Oh, speak of the devil. Here we go. Go this way, actually. Go. Oh, we're getting some good hits in with the shotgun, actually. To my surprise. Oh, okay, we killed him. Ooh, and he dropped Glitter World Medicine. I doubt he's the only one. We'll have to find the other. I don't think that these soldiers are coming here, though, after us this time around. I think, I mean, I'm sure they'll kill us. Of course, they see us, like right then. He tried to attack us. I think, though, the soldiers may be deployed to this city to try to take it back and to clear out the infected. I don't know that for sure, but that's my guess. What is this? Is he just beating the door in? Or is there someone around here? I'm guessing there's more than one soldier, though. Surely there would have to be, right? I will say, I'm not too concerned with it. We have our doors locked up there, so... Yeah, I thought we might see some zombies. Move, please. Let's get the hell out of there. No soldiers in here. Ah, ooh, a helmet? A great helm. It's made of steel, huh? I mean, I know it's a little medieval, but a helmet wouldn't be bad for protection, at least in the face, from zombies, as well as really anyone else shooting at us. We currently only have a toque and an eye patch, so we might put that on, actually. Let's see. That's, it looks a little silly. We might have to take the eye patch off, but alright, that's not too bad. And it's going to protect our noggin, which is the most important part. Again, I don't see or hear any sound of another soldier. I'm going to assume they came, maybe they came from different directions. This one was here. There could be multiple. We may end up finding them throughout the city. They may be setting up camp somewhere away from the infected, or they also might be dead. So, basically, we just have to be very cautious, which is what we've already been doing anyways. Oh, shit. I was about to butcher this cow, and then the good lady Williams here is getting attacked by an infected. Ooh, she has several bites. I don't know if we can... Let's see if we can use our pistol for some... Oh, no. Oh, Williams, you poor soul. Keep going. Let's try to kill him here. Poor thing, we couldn't save her in time. I really wanted to. Let's not get ourselves boxed in here. Okay, we're about to box ourselves in. We are, oh thank God, really about to box ourselves in. There we go. Poor Williams, though. Oh man. Are you about to, no you're not. Over here, fool. Ah, Williams. You poor soul. Where did she go, though? I don't see her so far. I'm not sure where Williams went, actually. But I'm assuming she was turned after death, unless they may have ate her, actually. We got a little straggler in the base here. There we go. Our poor friend Williams, though, we hardly knew her all that well, and yet she was like a neighbor to us, really. Or as close as you could get in a place like this to having a neighbor. Poor thing. We were going to leave some butchered cow meat out in the road for her tonight to eat, as I feel that she may have been searching for food. If only she would have joined us. If only. But with the death of our acquaintance in hand, and our hearts saddened by her passing, and also her being eaten, of course, we would continue reinforcing and repairing our walls of the new base. We would also utilize other resources that we were collecting, like marble and granite, to start dividing these rooms up, being a bit more uniform and just organized, having our own kitchen, butchering area, and bedrooms, of course. And finally, last but not least, we had to clean the place up a bit. Again, this might not seem all that important, but the place being absolutely filthy was not good for our mental states. So moving these giant rock chunks and just sweeping the floors a bit made everyone feel all the much better. Alright, we've been putting quite a bit of work into the base here, so we'll take a bit of a tour. Real quick before we do that, we actually have an absolutely pouring rain, which is causing some flooding throughout the city. So far, that's not an issue. Luckily, well, I was going to say luckily this base isn't really around any water sources, but we do have a very small pond right here that's starting to flood maybe just a tad. It would take a lot of rain, I think, to actually get inside the base, but we'll see how that goes. Other parts of the city seem okay so far, except for the main pond here in the middle and the one over here. And this one maybe. Actually, it seems like a lot of them are actually flooding quite a bit because I don't think these were all underwater before. Regardless though, let's take a quick tour. As you can see with our areas, we're now able to go all throughout the base. We do need to reinforce our walls. I'd like to double up on them, I think. This is most likely going to be our temporary home for quite a while. We could make it a permanent home, but we'll talk about that more in just a moment. We do have our dining room here with a chess table, of course, which we can actually change to a better version, a better variety. I like that much better. We also have a butchering area here. This is just kind of the main hall. I think I'm going to move items that we're storing in here as well. For the moment, however, we are currently just kind of storing everything in one spot. Mostly because we don't currently have the materials. We may have a little bit. We need to collect some more resources like steel and stuff, maybe from a different building or something. But we don't currently have the materials to go about building shelves. Looks like we're all pretty hungry. The cow that we butchered, we have a little bit of beef from. I noticed that Janice was eating raw meat, which I would very much prefer she didn't do. I'm going to build a survivalist campfire in here. It's better than the normal campfire. So let's go ahead and get Dutch working on that. I'm actually going to go ahead and start ripping these walls down. We'll end up replacing them eventually anyhow. We could go across the street here and get some steel from the store. This city, actually, so far at least, and perhaps it's because the state government has been coming and sending people here to kill the zombies, but they don't seem to have near as many zombies in this area. Which I'm not going to complain about at all. That's obviously great. But I guess I just mean I hope that it kind of stays that way. Oh, we have a shuttle crash. We'll check on that in just a second. So we do have our campfire going now, and it's less of a fire hazard than the normal. At least there's some rocks preventing it from lighting the wooden flooring on fire. We can go ahead and start cooking here, though. That way we have some proper meals as the young Janice reads her book in the kitchen. What a beautiful sight. Always putting a smile on our face to see her having a little bit of enjoyment and fun and things like that, of course. So based on the sound, it seems like the shuttle crash happened right in this area. Now, there could be survivors. Now, there's also going to be some useful resources. The shuttle seems like it was an unaffiliated group, so possibly more survivors like ourselves instead of the central state government. I am going to be taking Janice out on a little mission here with me. I do want to take the lead, of course. We need to be quite careful, of course, be quite cautious as always. Thankfully, I believe the rain is going to conceal our scent from any zombies as well as obscure their vision. See there? They didn't even see us. Don't want to upset any of them. I'm seeing Twinkies over here, so we have a little bit of food. We've yet to venture into this part of the city. Actually, we've lost it a bit. I think we went a little too far. Oh, we can go across the flooding area, but we'll have to be very careful. Oh, we need to be very careful as well because there is a zombie. Okay, and there we go. Alright, take a look in here. No zombies. There's some steel. Take it slow. Oh, no. So there's a slave here who has become infected. You poor creature. Even in your death, you're unable to find any relief or solace. Allow us to help you with that. There we go, poor thing. This is quite the sight to see. So we have two people here. We have Katie. You know, I want to make sure neither of them... Oh, whoa. Alright, Big Red is about to bleed out. Oh, no. We won't be able to help him, I don't think. Let's check him. Big Red is about to go down. We're not going to be able to... Yeah, he's about to die. As horrible as it is, we're going to strip him. That way maybe he could feel the rain on his skin one last time. But also, of course, because these items are good and I don't want them tainted. There's literally no way around that. He was about to die. Katie, on the other hand, she has a cut, so we could tend to that. And she might just survive. Unfortunately, it does appear that her other crewmates have died. I'm curious as to where this shuttle was going, but I suppose Katie will be able to tell us once she's feeling a bit more up to it. Oh man, whoa. Holy. Speaking of her crewmates... Oh, there we go, okay. We'll take her back to the base to tend to her. Now this side here, I'm curious, because there's these infantry fighting vehicles and armored transports. I'm curious, was this part of the central government's efforts to try to stop the virus from spreading originally? I know it doesn't matter now, but we put together little pieces of the history of this city and this planet as we go. Alright, so we do have Katie back here now with us. I am going to continue tending to her, but I don't want to use any medicine. One, we've already attended to the cut that she had. Everything else is a bruise or a crack, so she'll be completely fine. Now, I'm not going to arrest her. I'm not going to do anything like that. If she wants to join us, she can. If she wants to stay here after literally all of her friends and crew died, either in the crash or bled out shortly thereafter when we were coming to rescue them, that's on her. You know, I mean, so, Katie, realistically, I think you only really have one option here, but it's whatever you want to do, I suppose, huh? We will tend to her, though. If she wants to leave, that's fine. Perhaps she may go out there and survive, and we may encounter her again. But here's hoping, fingers crossed, she does end up wanting to join us. Theoretically, we do technically have a large enough base for a decent-sized squad of other survivors. But as we wind down to the end of the episode, I want to thank you for watching. We've done a lot of work this episode. We've left our previous city and came to an entirely new place, founding ourselves a new base and new home. We've lost quite a few friends, betrayed by one, and somewhat betrayed by another. And it looks like we may have possibly made one more. Now, last episode I asked you guys to let me know what you'd like to see in this series, where we should go, what we should do, what we should build, and a lot of you guys left some really good comments. In particular, there was this one from our friend, the guy who goes meh, where you made a really good point about how we should ditch the cities and maybe try to do something like a mountain base. And I think long term that is going to be the plan, and I think that that is the best idea and best way to go about doing things. Of course, being in the city, once we get so many infected, we're constantly repairing things, just as you said. The thing is, with cities right now, with us being quite small, and realistically we only have 2 people who are able to walk around until Tasia wakes up and possibly Katie ends up joining us. So we need as many weapons as we can get, resources, things like that, and also being in cities where they are highly populated places like this, that also means they are places that people know about quite easily and fondly, I suppose, from memories before the infection. So the reason that we're spending so much time in these cities is also because people are going to be coming here looking for loved ones or looking for some type of salvation away from this infection, and those are people that we could get to join us. However, of course, as mentioned, once we get enough people together, maybe about 5 or 6, so that we have enough of these skills like construction and stuff covered, I think we will go off on our own and try to create our own community, possibly a mountain base, most likely a mountain base. The only thing I don't like about the mountain base is the fact that we could probably pretty easily get cornered, but we might still try to give it a go. And of course though, remember that if you have suggestions like our good friend, the guy who goes mad, be sure to leave those in the comment section down below, whether that be what you'd like to see us do with our bases, where we should go, what we should do, the mods I should use throughout the series, whatever you'd like to see. I'll try to feature as many ideas and comments and whatnot as humanly possible. Thank you in advance, and I love you, and I hope to see you next time. The city whines with a wet, whining holler, crying out from beneath the thunder. These places used to be filled with hopes and dreams and bustling city streets, businessmen and women running to make their fortune. Now it's only filled with death and decay. These poor folks will never be able to leave here again. The name's Dutch, and this here is my daughter Janice. We've been surviving here for quite some time now. We've been going city to city to find useful weapons, resources, food, and other items before we ultimately go about setting up our own base somewhere deep within the mountains. My daughter is a bit of a bookworm. She says that some of the local brochures and textbooks talk about a pre-infection drug manufacturer to the north in the mountains. Apparently, this is where they have some type of stockpile. I think we're gonna try to head that way. But before we go anywhere, we have one of our members by the name of Tasia, who is recovering from a sleeping disease, and we have Katie here, who recently fell in a crash shuttle and is quite injured. We'll need to let her heal up and to decide whether she wants to tag along or go out on her own. Don't worry, I triple-checked her for any bites from zombies. She does have a scar, but if that were an infectious one, we would have already put a bullet in her head. We're still going to be using our old hideout here, but instead of reinforcing it, unless we have to, we are just going to try to strip the city of what remains, and then we're gonna get the hell out of here. By that time, our 2 sleeping and injured members should be up and at 'em. Janice will tend to the resting folk while I head out in search of useful items. First and foremost, to make things a little bit easier on our stay here while we're still here, I'm going to be bringing some dressers and end tables back. Trust me, it'll be good for our mental health. Our plans of potentially staying here are ruined by the fact that the surge in the populace of zombies has increased quite a bit in recent weeks. I wish to find other survivors who might be willing to join our cause, but I think I'll just try to set up our own base and go out venturing for them into other cities when I can. Touching back on the surge in zombies through this city, though, we are going to be building ourselves a few bell traps. Now what these are going to do is they are going to alert us when any creature walks near them within a certain vicinity. We've put one on each corner of the building. If zombies hit them, we'll hear them ding and we know where they're at. For example, if there's a huge horde down here on the southeastern part of the building, we know that we need to escape through the northwestern section. Now with these safety measures in place, the real exploration can begin. I know, it looks a bit silly, but this plate helmet is going to keep my face safe from any zombie bites or scratches, and I'll take safety over fashion any day of the week. I would head out to the western section of the city exploring any buildings and ruins that I could in search of anything that I might find useful, as previously discussed. One thing that I found that will be quite useful is pemmican. We could always use more food. We definitely have a lot of hungry mouths at the moment. Obviously though, this search was not without its hardships, as many of the undead would spot me and attempt to murder me. At times I didn't know if I would even make it back to my little girl. But luck was on my side. I would also extract as much serum as I could in case we were to get another infection. I want to make sure we have as much as possible for a high enough chance to try to cure it. I hope to never be bitten by one of those disgusting monsters ever again, but as they say, hope for the best and plan for the worst. We would also bring in many of the corpses of the wildlife that the zombies had killed. That way we could butcher them, cook them, and eat them. Cooking these animals actually kills off any infection that is within them, as it isn't active at the moment. As we were storing up meals for our journey to the mountains, Katie was recovered from her injuries and decided that she was going to leave. I somewhat wish she would have stayed with us. I definitely think that would be the safer option for all of us, but I understand she probably has her own people to get back to. We would see her off. For several days we would stay inside since we have plenty of animals to butcher and to eat, meaning we really don't even have to go outside. We could hear zombies out there, and it seems like the population is surging even more than it already has. This worried me a bit, and I had honestly had enough of an experience traveling through the city for a few days anyhow, and I'd prefer to spend a few with my daughter. However, when we heard the thunderous crashing sound of cargo pods nearby, we decided to venture out once more into the rainy streets. I suppose that these weapons must have been shipped from the central government, although it might be another group of survivors. Nevertheless, I couldn't imagine the central state using a giant club or a sword. But I think I could see myself wielding it. Unlike a knife, it is much larger. That means I also have a greater distance to swing from and be able to kill zombies before they get too close. While I'm out, I might as well start deconstructing some of these Devil Strand sandbags. I think that this little textile is going to be absolutely perfect in tandem with the small amount that we already had to go about making some decent clothing. I also found plenty of gold and a great big room and or building completely chocked to the brim with undead. I managed to escape from them, come back, sneakily grab the gold, and get the hell out of there, along with a helmet. A bit farther to the south, and I actually managed to find a mini turret. It didn't have any power, which I didn't really mind. I would take it back with us. I'm sure there's some use I could find for it, like hooking it up to one of our batteries. It's important to remember that turrets like this are quite useful. However, they basically have a mind of their own, a simple targeting system, meaning that they will fire at zombies, making a lot of noise even when you don't want them to. During this time, we would also spend many days inside. We could hear buildings and the city burning all around us until the flooding rains would come to extinguish the fires. I don't really have much of a reason, other than the fact that I was trying to give Tasia a few more days before she would finally wake up from her sleeping disease. That's also why you haven't seen much raw gameplay of me exploring the city or anything yet, because I found most of this to be rather boring. We're basically just walking around the city, shooting a few zombies here and there, and then waiting on our other survivor to awaken. Before she would awake though, we began making ourselves a nice pair of coveralls out of Devil Strand. The reason for this is because Devil Strand has a unique property to protect you against heat and sharp damage. Also a little bit of blunt damage as well. Again, throwing fashion to the wind as I kinda look like a discount Santa Claus, but coveralls will actually protect my entire body except for my neck, my head, my hands, and my feet. As shown here with my body's protection stats going through the roof, especially for heat and sharp of course. And finally, just like that, Tasia had recovered from her sickness. Finally on her feet for the first time since we met her a couple of months ago. She immediately went to equipping a nice helmet and some weaponry to help us out. But now that she's able to walk on her own and we don't have to carry her around anymore, I actually think that this might be the perfect time for us to leave this city behind. Besides, I've already explored the vast majority of it and taken anything that would be useful to us on our journey, or just in general already. Alright kiddo, I think it's time that we head north to the mountains. And so we would, traveling for several days and several nights. We stuck to the roadways, but occasionally would have to drift off into the woods when there was a central state checkpoint, or when we spotted infected, or possibly even raiders and bandits. Eventually, though, we would arrive safe and sound. This was quite the change in scenery. Lush, beautiful woodlands as far as the eye could see, until your eyes were met with gigantic mountains. As we searched the area, we would eventually come upon what appeared to be some type of ancient stockpile, storage area, or perhaps even a bunker. It's hard to say whether or not anyone's actually down in there, but I would bet that this is the same drug stockpile that young Janice has been reading about. Unfortunately, I am more brawn than brain, so it's going to take me a very long time to try to hack this terminal so that we can crack it open, possibly even use it as a base. But as the night falls upon our weary heads, I think it's time that we set up camp. I would build us a nice fire, and we would lay down our sleeping bags. That way we could keep warm through the chilly evening. Tasia and Janice would sleep the night away as I stood guard by the fire, shotgun in hand, watching the tree line. The city has more zombies, of course, because of the higher populations there when the infection struck. But places like this, you never know what goes bump in the night. The next day, Tasia would begin mining out a small section of the mountain. That way we could use it as a temporary bunker ourselves, as I was attempting to hack the actual bunker. I'm glad that she's finally awake. She's the only one of us three who actually has any experience mining. In the meantime, I would also crudely begin sewing together a couple of cloaks out of all the textiles that we brought with us. I made one for Janice and one for Tasia, since the two of them are rather cold right now in the frigid temperatures of the mountains. We had focused so much on the zombies, we hadn't even taken frostbite into account. We began moving our massive load of resources over towards where we're camping at for the moment. That way, we don't have to travel all that far for steel and stone blocks and other things. At some point or another, Tasia had finally mined out this little square under the mountain here, where we would set up our campfire as well as our sleeping bags. This would contain the heat much better, keeping us much warmer, and since we had set up a door, we could all sleep. I wouldn't even have to keep guard at night anymore, which would mean that I would be much sharper in the morning well rested. We had also struck a vein of steel ore, absolutely perfect, as steel is a vital and crucial resource to any survival camp. It can be used for walls and doors, as well as knives and swords, or even pots and pans to cook over the open fire. It wouldn't be long at all while we were here before snow would begin falling. Winter was just around the corner. To my surprise, we had yet to see our first zombie. Yet. Uh-oh. So it begins. The very first infected in this new area. I am noticing it looks like, oh, there was another one. Perhaps killed by the animals in a bit of a tussle. It seems that they were hunting these animals. With the snow coming through, they're most likely going to start gravitating to woodlands and other areas like this, where there is more plentiful food. So that's something we're going to have to keep an eye out for as we continue trying to survive here. But it looks like we did handle the first with a decent bit of ease, so we should be fine, hopefully. Perhaps we should try to build a fence or a wall to create a bit of a perimeter here to keep us safe, while we're just doing some tasks in our little square, our little area here of the valley. And so that's immediately what we began working on, utilizing all that steel that we had mined a day or so ago. The fence that we ended up building was chain link. This way we can shoot out of it. The only downside is that zombies will also be able to see us inside here. But for the time being, it's the best that we could do. We began slaughtering a lot of the wildlife that had died and been killed in the area, stockpiling a little bit of food. The cold, icy temperatures were not all that comfortable, but they would help us keep our meals frozen and fresh. Eventually, I would manage to finally hack the terminal for the stockpile. And with that, I suppose it's time for us to head down. Here's hoping the place is a perfect paradise completely devoid of any of the hell here on the surface. But something tells me that's not the case. So we're down here. I'm sure you can hear that. So we're also seeing that a wasp trap was triggered. I already hear, through the walls and the doors, some very unwanted company in here. See how this goes. We have to be very careful. So let's go ahead and take a look. So it looks like most of these walls and doors have been destroyed or damaged to the point that we can actually just kind of walk through. I guess I could hack this terminal. We'll let Tasia take point with Janice for a moment. We've opened a blast door somewhere. We do also have components, and we also have a crate over here. Let's take a look into this room. I'm gonna go ahead and crack open the crate. Oh shit, our first undead. Oh, there's a map in here. I'm gonna let Janice pick up the map. She is the one that loves to read, and in the meantime, we're gonna try to kill as many of the undead as we can here. I want to deconstruct these. And the reason for that is so that we'll actually have a clear path through here. And after these are cleared out like this, the reason we're deconstructing them for a clear path, obviously, is in case we have to run and we can go back this way. So let's go through here kind of slow. Do that. The zombies are suspiciously quiet all of a sudden. Now I hear them again. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Get away, Tasia, move. That was very close. It seems like the charged shotgun really stuns them quite a bit as well, which is nice. Now, I did bring a mini turret and a battery with us. I haven't set them up yet. I don't know where a good spot would be to do that. Perhaps, actually, I think a good idea, set up the turret and the battery right here, just in case. Quick way to make a retreat back here if need be. And it might come in handy, because this little spot right here seems to be a bit of a bottleneck for all of the infected that we keep encountering. Let's all come to the door. I'm gonna let Tasia take point here. Let's crack open the door. Let's take a look around. I see where the wasp... Oh, there is an infected there. The wasp traps must have activated. Could be because we opened the hatch doors. Maybe they were deactivated until that happened, of course, and then it activated the internal defense force. Oh, we, I think, finished her off. Unfortunately, the stove and everything down here is not functional. However, we did just find a boatload of pharmaceuticals, which could definitely help us, even if it's just a trade, and we also have plenty of survival meals now. Let's go ahead and open that. Oh, looks like Twinkies. Well, I suppose they would survive for this long. I'm gonna take and open this door. Nothing here that I can see. Bring everyone over, and then we'll try to infiltrate from up top up here, so we can hear them in the corner there. Let's go ahead and we'll try to kill them. And we'll actually start moving out of the room and back this way. Okay, so we need to infiltrate again. Okay, looks like he's up there. Oh, there we go. Is that all of them? We must have killed... Okay, yeah, I think we got them all, because the ones outside. We're gonna need to hack this blast door. We weren't able to unlock that one on terminals. I'm gonna let Tasia... Let's see. Nothing in here. That ammo box is old and does not work. Very unfortunate. Okay, nothing in here either. Gonna take a minute, but we will get this door hacked, and then we will infiltrate. I can hear them roaming around, so let's just take a little peek. Alright, there's one literally right there. Convince it to come through the door so that we can shoot it. There they are. Go, 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 and there we go. Ooh, Janice almost got bit. I saw the knife come out, which means that she got into a melee combat situation there. I'm hearing them still, but less so. Let's move this way. Okay. They all seem to be in this area here. If we're quiet enough, we should be able to do this, I think. We opened a blast door, but it was that one, which doesn't matter because it looks like the walls have been destroyed by these zombies. Let's move as a group for sure. Okay, we're already shooting. Alright, let's go back through this way. I'm going to hold the door open so that we can continue firing. Okay. Yeah, we'll try to coax them out one at a time. I don't know exactly how many are in here, but it does sound like there's quite a few. There we go. We put that one down. There's another one. It's actually two of them, I think. Uh-oh. Move, move, move. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no. Janice. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no. Oh, man. Poor Janice. I hope. Let's check her out. Oh, on the neck of all places. Okay, so we're gonna tend to her. There's no medicine down here yet that we found. Let's search a little bit more. We're gonna try tending to it. I could be wrong. I don't think the tint quality matters for the chance of a zombie infection. I think it's just 50-50 whether or not it happens. We have an Archotech eye. Now that is interesting. That could be for Dutch. For Janice, though, bitten on the neck by a zombie. Oh, you poor, poor child. We, I think, can make another cure for her, though. I'm going to go ahead and tell you if she doesn't survive and turns into a zombie, there's no way that Dutch is going to survive, okay? I'm just going to tell you that right now. We're going to continue because really, even with her bitten like that, the only thing we can do now is wait to see if she actually becomes infected. Unfortunate, but that is the way that it goes. Let's go ahead and start hacking this door so we can try and get into the other side. I hear zombies in there. It may lead to this room below the entranceway. Okay, let's get everyone behind. Oh, there's another one. That's odd. Let's hack that one. We'll go ahead just in case of zombies, which it sounds like there are some in there, so. I find it very odd that there would be two blast doors. I am going to let Dutch take the lead simply because he has the best weapons and also the best armor with his Devil Strand shirt. So let's see what kind of Whoa, 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 whoa! That is not a zombie, my friends. That is a ancient soldier. He's not part of the... So he's not part of the Central State. Holy shit. Oh my, look at this. This is someone who's been surviving in this bunker for years, probably. Oh, wow, look at the setup. Vanometric power cell, a heater. Oh, wow. The issue is he's not friendly. I don't think he's going to listen to any conversation. So that means we kind of sort of have to blast his ass. I'm going to let Janice sit this one out because she's already injured. It would be nice if we could do this without having to kill him, but I don't know how well that's going to work. Oh, and we didn't kill him. That's nice. Okay, all right. You know, he's probably been in here for so long. He needs to be, rehabilitated. He's probably lost his mind in here. I actually want to tend to him. I don't have any medicine, of course, so... And we shot off his right arm. Oh man, his kidney is destroyed. He's pretty badly injured. But I'm going to try to tend to him, that way we can maybe rehabilitate him. You know, we believe in second chances. We try to help everyone that we come into contact with, so, you know, we want to do the same for him, of course. Oh no, imminent zombie infection. Oh no. Oh, okay, that's for the infection, my bad. So, and of course we see here, so Janice has the imminent zombie infection, so... the penicillin, of course, as I mentioned, I think in the first or second video, does not stop this at all from happening. It's just normal sickness and stuff. Back to what I was saying, though. So with the ancient soldier here, what I'm going to do now that he's kind of tended to, so we've claimed his bed, and we are going to actually capture him. Oh, he's unwaveringly loyal, though. That's an issue. I don't know if I want to enslave him. I kind of have to if I'm going to keep him around at all. We could enslave him. For whatever reason, he doesn't have much will. So while we ponder on whether or not we're going to enslave our new ancient friend here who's been hiding in the bunker, we do have him detained in his own room. We have him taken prisoner. We still have more of the bunker that we actually need to clear out, so I'm going to do that first and foremost. We kind of need to do that too. We need to kill as many of the zombies as we can, because how many of them are there here so far? Well, I can't click on them where they're not considered normal people. But these zombies, we can extract serum from them. We do have some back at the base already, and we should theoretically be able to use that along with what we will get to cure Janice, or hopefully cure Janice. We need as much as we can because we need a very high chance. I don't want her dying. Let's go ahead. All right, move, move, move. Hold the door open. We're going to move back ASAP. And that way, our turret can help us. Think we might go. So the turret should be able to help us with killing them. I'm very glad we put that in this room. I'm going to let Dutch take the lead again. Dutch actually needs to... I need to self-tend, and that's because I forgot the ancient soldier gave us a good poke in the ribs a few times with his pointy knife. Tasia, take point here. With the turret, I think we're okay for the most part. I don't see any more infected in here either. Something we need to worry about are these corpses turning into zombies. I don't know if they can where their flesh has rotted, but it is definitely a possibility that we should try to account for, I think, for sure. Okay, we need to try to clear them out as soon as possible, though. Dutch is very much hungry. Or, not hungry, sleepy. Let's go ahead and... Okay, so we have one right there, and I think this is the end of the bunker for us. So let's see, we'll try and... Oh, we killed him right away. Let's hope he was the last, though. Let's take a look inside. Okay, so with that, we have officially cleared out the entire bunker, meaning that we can... We're going to let everybody go. We should be fine. We do have plenty of Twinkies, 31 of them that we can eat, and we do have our ancient soldier friend. Normally, I would say that we shouldn't enslave someone, but... So for one, he barely has any will, most likely because his mind is crushed from staying down here since the infection started, if I had to guess. Which, I mean, kind of makes you feel even worse because he's out of his mind and you're going to have to enslave him because he's not willing to join us. But the only other option is to kill him, and I don't think that that would be fair either. Now, we do have these ancient beds. We can actually go and sleep in these, which is a nice touch. So we're going to rest ourselves since he is detained and there are no more threats in here. Something to consider, though, is we now have this entire bunker to ourselves, which is pretty great. I'm going to look up top. So we do have the surface where we can create a little base up here, but we have the entire bunker underground. My idea, of course, I still want to go back to cities and stuff like that and try to explore because there's a lot of useful items at cities, but we could build a thriving community up top, up here, where we have people join us, and we can fight back against the central state as well as the infection and the undead. And then we could have a thriving community underground as well. The thing about fortified walls, though, is we can't break through them. So we have to operate in what is given to us here. I don't see any openings in the fortified walls that would allow us to mine or anything like that. So we do have to... Or actually, right here is one. I just noticed there is one right here. There's granite. So theoretically, we could... Yeah. Oh yeah, if we wanted to, there is an opening from these zombies destroying a lot of this over the years. We could theoretically expand the bunker as well, basically making it like a giant, you know, out of proportion with this series, but kind of like a vault from Fallout, right? We have this giant bunker in the hillside or underground where we can, you know, we can live out our lives away from everything else if we so choose. And this could also be kind of like an emergency place if we were to get overrun up top or overrun by the central state. So I think that's probably what we'll end up doing. Let me know what you think about that, guys, if you like that. I'd love to hear your opinions, of course, as well as what you would like to see. Now then, with that, it's time that we begin extracting serum from all of these filthy, rotten boys and gals as much as we can. We need the highest possible chance of curing Janice's infection as soon as possible. And in the meantime, Tasia is also going to go around and double tap all of the corpses that don't have skin on them and that weren't kind of alive a few moments ago, just in case. We would also enslave the ancient fellow who had been hiding out down here in the bunker, and we forced him to take off some of his armor. He can keep his uniform. I'm not exactly sure what military he was aligned with, but we only want the things that could do us harm if he decides to turn on us, not his dignity. Besides, this armor wouldn't be any good on him anymore anyhow. We can't allow him to have a weapon, and so the only thing that it could be used for is to protect us while we're out killing zombies or defending him. We would also head back to the surface and start hauling all of our items, resources, weapons, anything and everything that was within our belonging back down to the bunker. Not only would it be safer down there, but the bunker will also keep it from deteriorating. While we were up here, we had a massive swarm of zombies enter the area. Now you might think that this is pretty bad news, and I guess it kind of is, but we do need a lot of serum. Myself, Tasia, and our new friend by force would all head out and start hunting down many of these undead killers. Thanks to the new SMG that Severin had in his possession when we knocked him down in the bunker, it was actually quite a bit easier to kill them from a distance. Finding the swarms of the undead also wasn't all that difficult. All we had to do was look for the giant patches of dead animals they had killed and hunted. Hunting them down and killing them would be our top priority, at least for the next few days. Not only were we attempting to kill as many as we could so that we could extract as much serum as we could for our cure for Janice's neck, but we also wanted to decrease their population as best we could too. When they get into a gigantic horde, this can cause them to start raging, especially during a time like winter when most of the animals and other wildlife in the area end up becoming a bit more sparse. Important to remember that zombies are human, or at least they were, and just like most humans, they can become a bit hangry. The only difference is when they become hangry in a gigantic group, they don't start rioting or demanding food. They start ripping and tearing everything apart, looking for your internal organs. Speaking of food, us stealing the dead animals that the zombies had been hunting right out from under their noses when we killed them would actually help us out with surviving winter. And it turns out Severin was actually quite the cook. Quite a few groups of zombies were getting a little bit too close for comfort, in my opinion. I hope this doesn't become a reoccurring trend. Nevertheless, after spending many days collecting as much serum as we could, we would actually go back down in the bunker, tearing up one of the rooms, tearing out the floors and any rubble and wreckage that we could, and we actually began laying down some steel tiles. The reason that we're expending our steel in this way is because they're actually much cleaner, these tiles, than the ancient flooring that's down here. And as you could guess, we're going to be turning this room into an operating room, not only for trying to cure infections for when the need arises, but also for just performing surgeries in general. Given the situation in the world, once we become a great big colony of survivors, medical treatment is definitely going to be needed quite often, I'm sure. Obviously, though, right now, we're very focused on curing that infection in Janice's neck, so we built our drug lab, and we are going to start synthesizing a cure right now. Alright, so we have, I think I collected too much. We actually have 88 zombie extract. That's a shame. We're so close to 90, but we're desperately running out of time here. I'm going to go ahead and do an 80% cure. I think that's fine, but Janice doesn't really have enough time for us to continue doing this, like to try and get more. She has 17.2 hours before she becomes a zombie. We could probably collect more in that amount of time, but I'm going to level with you. It would take a very long time for us to go back up here. There's probably some zombies not too far away, I would guess. But to go out, kill them, extract them by the time we get back in and finally finish the cure, because the cure takes so long, there's a good chance that we would have run out of time. And with this being the type of injury in the neck, the infection, where we can't actually surgically remove the body part, I just don't see any need to take the risk. What I'm actually going to do, as Dutch is working on that because it's still taking a very long time, I'm going to start clearing out a lot of this wreckage. That way we can get in here really quickly to actually perform the surgery. We'll have Severing go ahead and start removing a lot of this. I also want to get these bodies piled up in the corner down here. I really don't know what else to do with them. I need to burn them, but for now, I think that's our best option. Janice has 7 hours. We did finally finish it, and she has 2 hours to... Okay, we're cutting it very close. And our best doctor is still gonna be Dutch, even though he has 1 arm. We're cutting it extremely, extremely close here. Almost 1 hour, please. Please, Dutch, please. Oh my god, please. No. I think we're about to run out of time. We're about to... Oh, fuck. Fuck. We ran out of time. Oh no. Oh. Oh god. Son of a bitch, dude. We ran out of time. Oh no. Oh my god. Janice, no. Oh my god. 80%. Oh man. I don't even know what to say. Son of a bitch. We were halfway through administering the cure. I mean, we weren't going to be able to do it. Is Dutch? You have a bite on your left leg. Son of a bitch. Go ahead and tend to yourself. Oh, God. Oh my god, that's so bad. Oh man, I don't even know what to say. Oh my god, I'm just gonna lock her in the room. Oh god, that's so bad though. Holy shit. Use normal medicine. I know we have Glitter World. I want to save it for surgeries. Oh god, this is... Oh no, I hear her. This is so bad. Oh, we were so close. I mean, there was no way for us to finish it, but I wasted so much time trying to make sure that we had a high enough percentage for the cure. Oh god. Oh no, we failed. This is... Oh shit, I don't know what to say. I really don't know what to say. Oh my god, this is so bad though. Janice, no! Oh god, if only I would have... You know, I mean, I could have went with a 70% chance. But there was no guarantee. I mean, that's a high enough chance, but I wanted higher because it's Janice, and obviously we don't want Janice turning. Oh my god, this is so bad. Oh my god, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Oh my god, this is horrible. We were so close but so far. Son of a bitch, dude. Oh my god, what do we do now? Okay, I mean, we do have an 80% cure in here still. I don't know what to do about Janice. I really don't. I mean, genuinely. I'm gonna pick up the serum with Dutch, because I want to pick up the serum with Dutch. We're going to leave Janice in here. I don't know, but we're definitely not going to kill her. Not only are we going to not allow the door, I'm actually going to build a steel wall here to keep people from going in. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know what to do. We might need to use the cure on Dutch now because he got bit by Janice when she turned. Genuinely the least of our problems. I don't know, man. I think we're gonna wall it off. I'm not gonna kill Janice because Janice is our child, obviously. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we just keep her here. Maybe someday there will be a cure that we can actually use on fully turned zombies. These are fortified walls, and though they can be destroyed, as we've seen, the zombies with enough time will destroy them. It's going to take a very long time, and that's assuming, I mean, this one's at 99%, you can see it'll take an extremely long time before there's any chance of her even breaking that one, and unless she focuses on these, she's not getting out of there. She'll just be beating through the stone. So maybe we kind of just keep her and keep her away from the rest of the world. I mean, this is an absolute tragedy. A tragic, horrible thing. I don't even know. I mean, genuinely, I have no idea what to say. Except maybe we just keep her, of course, alive. Maybe there's a chance she'll become human. Maybe there's not. I mean, it's a almost impossible scenario that we cure her now. I mean, let's be honest. But we can still try to help other survivors, and who knows, maybe someday we'll actually be able to cure her. But that is not, oh man, that is not what I wanted to happen. I thought the higher percent chance, obviously the better. I mean, that's true, but I didn't want to take so long with that this would be what ends up happening. Jeez, man, shit, it's just crazy. It's horrible. I don't know. I guess we just kind of keep on going, and maybe we'll be able to cure her someday, and until then, we'll be keeping her in the operating room, which is not going to be accessible to anyone ever again until we can somehow figure this out. Well, I'm gonna level with you. That was the exact opposite, as I said a moment ago, of what we expected and what we wanted to happen. I really screwed the pooch there, and I don't know. I said earlier as well that Dutch wouldn't be able to live without her. Technically, she's still here, but she's not exactly who she was. We do have to kind of continue on though, and part of that is going to be fixing up this bunker base. We have a lot of work to do if we're going to shape this place up to be an actual base, such as fixing up some of the walls like in the storage room here and starting to actually designate a lot of these rooms as their intended purpose, such as a kitchen and dining room, and thus we're also going to be building a fueled stove. Not only are we going with the fueled stove because we don't really have a lot of power being generated down here, with us only really having the vanometric power cell, but also this way, even once we get a proper generator, we won't be using up power for meals. We would also end up heading back to the surface. It looks like some of the zombies have been destroying our chain link fence, and we'll need to make some repairs. I don't think I have to tell you, but the last thing that we want is for them to wander down into the bunker. But there were worse things up here than zombies. Drawings from Janice before she went down into the bunker for the cure. Reminders on full display of our failures. The survivalist knife that we had given her a long time ago. The throwing shards that she had found in one of the cities. This all genuinely made me very sad. But part of surviving is continuing on, pushing forward, even when it feels like everything is lost and everything is pointless. Which, I can definitely tell you that's how it feels right now. Nevertheless, though, Dutch would continue soldiering on. We began cutting down some trees for logs that we began stuffing down into the bunker with our other items like our bedrolls, all the leathers that we had up top up here, as well as a few other items we had yet to take back into the bunker with us so far. Not only would the wood be great for building furniture and maybe walls or anything else that we needed, as it is a very ample and abundant resource, but we also built a wood-fired generator, that way we can burn the logs for power. It'll be great once we get a few more batteries, that way we can store up all the power that we're generating, but for now, keeping the generator fueled and the one singular battery full is going to be great for keeping all of our lights on, as well as our singular turret going as well. We let Severin keep his old room, but we also needed some rooms for ourselves. I'm not exactly sure what these small little area rooms here were, but we would use them for bedrooms for Dutch as well as Tasia. They might be tiny, but that also means they're fairly secure. Dutch was in a bit of a stupor, for obvious reasons, and he wasn't talking much. He was mostly just looking over Janice's things, like the map that she had been trying to read for some time. Bless her little heart. It looks like this map actually leads to some type of mercenary hideout. It's hard to say whether or not they're even there. It's about a 3.5 days journey. This could be worthwhile, traveling there once we have enough people and taking them out and taking any resources that they have. We're opposed to killing other survivors, but mercenaries will make an exception for. That being said, a bit farther down the road, and we do have some more cities that might be worth exploring as well. I suppose we'll have to make a decision. Or, of course, we could always travel to all of these places in time. We'll wait and see. Besides, before we go anywhere, we do have a lot of preparation work to do, like getting enough meals together, that way we don't starve to death out on the road, especially in winter. Which, speaking of, we'll probably wait until spring, that way we can move much faster. In the meantime, we're also going to begin some research. Yes, our first research of the entire series. We're going to start working on security cameras. This might seem like a bit of an odd choice, but the reason for this is because of the fog of war, we can't see in rooms, we can't see up top while in the bunker. But if we use security cameras, we should be able to look out to make sure there's not a giant horde of zombies around the entrance before we go up. This took a little while because I'm not exactly an intellectual, as you might say, but time flies when you're stuffed in an underground bunker for days on end, so we would end up finishing the research rather quickly, I'd say. As I kind of implied a moment ago, our first security camera is going to be going up top. I tried to keep it in a fairly inconspicuous incognito location, with a tiny portable wood-fired generator powering it at all times. The downside to this is that we do have to go up top to keep it fueled, of course, but since zombies normally will destroy things, we kinda have to do that anyways to clear them out to prevent it from, well, being destroyed. Now you might be asking, how are we actually going to be monitoring this camera? Well, we're actually going to be building ourselves a central monitoring station. It seems a bit large and high-tech. Unfortunately, it is the only one we have access to building, otherwise I would have spent less resources on a smaller one. On the bright side though, the large size of the monitoring station does mean that the capacity is up to 12 cameras. Realistically, we could probably put even more than that in, but we have 12 screens at any given time. Which means that as we build up our society above the bunker or inside the bunker, we can continue placing cameras and we can continue monitoring them. So, just as we're doing right now, up top, say a gigantic horde of zombies is coming our way. We'll be able to easily see them and we'll be able to prepare for them. Or, if we end up building cameras all over the bunker on the inside and they do somehow manage to get in here, we'll also be able to monitor them, see them, and run away and hide or get ready to fight. I'm sure you can understand the usefulness of these. Our second and only other camera that we ended up building for the time being was inside the operating room. That way we can keep an eye on our poor, sweet Janice. Not only because she's actually made some pretty significant progress beating through the fortified wall, with it, I think, being at 35% now, which is insane, but also because we don't want her to die. We still love Janice. She's still our daughter, and I'm not going to give up on her. Not now, not ever. We have a pretty sweet setup here for us to go about creating a nice society of survivors away from everything, and a bit of a resistance against the central state. Whether or not this all works out in the end, and whether or not we actually accomplish any of our goals, is yet to be seen. But I think we have a strong foundation set up, but truly only time shall tell the tale. Until next time, friends. Hello, I'm so glad that you could join me today. Excuse me, I'm over here. No, silly, over here. Yes, that's it, down here in the great big gaping hole in the ground. Don't be shy, come on in. Welcome to our underground paradise, our bunker that we've recently commandeered, you could say. We recently commandeered it from quite a few green fellows that we had to blast, as well as Severin here, who is currently our slave. Don't mind him, his mind has crumbled like a cookie. While we're waiting to see if he can be rehabilitated, perhaps I could show you around the bunker. What's that? Why do we live in a bunker? I'm sorry, are you new here? Because of the living dead just outside our doors. The zombies have come, the apocalypse has begun, and this is where we stay. I'm afraid that due to some personal mistakes on our end when clearing out the bunker, my poor sweet daughter Janice has also fallen victim to this virus, and we've locked her away. Not only do we look to create a society for other survivors of this apocalypse, but I, personally, am looking for a way to save her, my sweet little angel. Today we plan on doing a bit of exploring and adventuring into nearby abandoned cities, as well as maybe stopping in by a mercenary hideout, though that last one is very much optional. We are going to be beginning with some of these abandoned cities for sure, though. But first we have a bit of housekeeping to do. Up top, where our bunker opens up the hatch, we do have a chain link fence to keep out infected. The problem is, recently a giant horde has come through the area and completely destroyed a major section of it. So we are making a few minor repairs, and we're also collecting wood as well as plenty of steel. That way we can also add in new sections of the fence, completely repairing the perimeter. But it wasn't just our fence that we needed. We also needed to set up a proper building for the entrance to our bunker. We can't just have this thing out in the open. We can't seal the hatch at the moment, because if we do, we won't be able to open it from the inside. A bit of a flaw in the design, if you ask me, but nevertheless we are basically building a little wooden shack above it, inconspicuous, that way nobody thinks to open it. And with that, our perimeter is sealed, safe, and most importantly, secure. Before we head out on our little road trip journey though, we still have quite a bit of work to do in terms of preparation. Sure, we've secured things here, but what about us while we're on the road? What are we going to use for weaponry? What are we going to wear? Most importantly, what are we going to eat? So we're oiling our guns, sharpening our knives, preparing all of our items that we plan on taking with us, and stockpiling plenty of meals for the journey as well. But this does also bring up a bigger question. Do we really trust Severin to watch our backs in the city, with his mind crumbled as it is? No, I think not. We've gotten a feel for his mental capacity lately, and I do think that he might have a chance of being rehabilitated as a survivor, not a slave. We only took him slave as to keep him from going crazy and maybe harming himself or others, with not monsters. That being said, we attempted to arrest him so that we could actually try to recruit him properly, and we had to stab him, and also shoot him. However, he is still alive. I'm sorry about that, my friend. I'm sure you don't understand it now, but you will someday. That was for the best, for you and for us. You've been alone in this bunker for far too long. We are going to restore your mental fortitude, and then you will be one of us properly. And maybe, just maybe, you'll be able to help me save Janice. As we're attempting to talk some sense into Severin, though, we are also going to be working on a few other important things for our journey. First and foremost, we're creating a smithy. This way we can go about fastening all the steel that we have in storage into some crude, but our own personal armor. Steel breastplates. Not exactly a flak vest to stop bullets, but it might help us keep those filthy undead claws at bay if they get too close. And if our enemies are firing at us from far enough away, it might even stop a bullet. Maybe. One thing's for sure though, for somebody like Tasia, who didn't actually have any type of chest armor, it is definitely better than nothing. As you can see, quite a bit better. While we're in the process of trying to restore the mental fortitude of Severin, as well as making a few more breastplates to take along with us, and just preparing in general for the long journey, we're also going to be shaping up the bunker a little bit more. In this case, we're actually working on our kitchen and dining room by adding in a small little section to keep all of our food frozen. It's a minor improvement, but it's also a big deal. Imagine we have it stocked full of meats and vegetables, and we have a giant horde of zombies about to come through the hatch, and we have to seal ourselves inside, meaning that we can't open it up anytime soon. Well, we'll need plenty of food. Touching back on Severin right quick, I don't want you guys to think that we have him locked away in his room. That would be the complete opposite of what we want for someone who's been locked in this bunker, in that room, for many, many years, no doubt. We're just letting him kinda go about his daily life as he was before, but this time around we're actually trying to recruit him, essentially. And he's already made some pretty outstanding progress. It may not seem like it, but it has already been quite a few days. While we're all waiting down here, I thought some research might do us good as well. Last episode we researched the security cameras, allowing us to see anywhere that we install them. The problem is, for example, the one up top, we don't have any way of storing power for it when we're not up there to refuel the generator. So we're going to be working on batteries. And as you could imagine, we are locked down here with not much else to do. It was between this and trying to recruit our pal, so we ended up finishing the research rather quickly. With that, we would toss a battery up top next to the portable wood-fired generator, keeping our one singular security camera running. That way we can store electricity up here just like we talked about, and that way we can always have a camera up here without it running out of power and then us not knowing what was waiting for us. A lot of time was passing, but we really weren't doing all that much. Preparing meals, trying to convince Severin that he wasn't stuffed in a little small box anymore and that the world is a big open place, if only he would join us. Blah 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 blah, same old stuff, nothing all that interesting. However, I would take as much time as I could, when I could, to try to spend some time with my daughter. As close as I could get to her. I know that she's still in there somewhere, and I am not going to be giving up on her anytime soon. There has to be a way to cure her. Some time later, Severin's mind was finally locked, and he was back up to speed. A slave no longer, now a proper survivor. One that is ready to join us on our journey, thankfully. He was also ready to lock and load, as well as put on that new breastplate that we had made for him. In the meantime, Tasia's going to be checking over the maps, mapping out our journey, and planning our travel routes before we decide to depart. As we begin collecting some resources, the most notable that we'll be bringing with us are a vial of go juice for each of us, just in case things get a little too sticky and we need to get out of there ASAP, like if we were to become injured and a little bit slower than usual. I would bring some luciferium, but it is far too addictive. Our 80% zombie cure, that way if one of us were to get bit and infected, we'll have a decent chance of trying to cure it. More than decent, actually, come to think of it. And of course we'll also be bringing plenty of food, some herbal medicine, some normal medicine, and plenty of weaponry. With that, we, the survivors, are finally ready to head back out into this treacherous world in search of other survivors who may need our help, as well as anything like weapons and armor and food that may be of service to us. It's finally time that we return to the cities once more. But before we depart, I must say a few words to my daughter, if you'll allow me the privacy, of course, just in case, for some reason, I don't make it back. I want you to know that I love you. But of course, I do promise to make it back to you in one piece. And with that, the three of us would depart on our journey. The road can be even more treacherous than these zombies themselves, as they're full of scavengers, and even worse, agents and soldiers from the central state government. So, for our first city, we're actually going to be cutting through the forest, heading a bit to the east. After many days of traveling, we would finally arrive at the city of Yurprowsk, known for being one of the most densely populated cities on the entire continent. A lot of people may have fled during the infection. Let's hope we don't encounter too many infected here. We do know where some things are, mostly because of the map. We're gonna have to be quite careful here, though. Corpses in this room, of course. But we also have plenty of food. A big part of why I say we should be careful, though, is because I do hear animals moving around. I hear either animals moving around indoors or other humans. If you listen... Okay, it sounds like an animal. But you can hear the doors opening and closing, which is always a little bit concerning. I'm actually going to let Severin take the lead here. Tasia should take the lead, actually, come to think of it. She does have a better SMG, as Severin's is made of scrap. And, of course, Dutch normally takes the lead, but he has one eye and... Whoa! Hello, central government soldier. You have a great big pistol. We want to get away from that ASAP. Let's get everyone back inside, away from the soldier. Oh, that was close. And we are going to take cover in this room. Oh, there they are. There we go. Let's get Dutch out here. We're gonna get Severin out here. Yeah, that's what we like to see. Though I would have preferred to keep them alive so we could at least take their gear. That'll be fine. Let's let Tasia take the lead again. We're gonna continue moving forward here. But them being dead is better than them being alive. I don't see anything through these streets. Let's try some of these doors. Gotta be very careful. Keep an eye out. Make sure we don't have any more. I'm sure this place is probably crawling with soldiers. This place is completely empty. We do have a lot of corpses. The issue with these corpses is they've yet to be double tapped and they will succumb to the infection. Which is also airborne for corpses, I believe, depending on the contamination. Right now, we do have some contamination down here. We have some here. You can see it all around the place. It gets a little bit worse with time. Arcade machine. Not much going on in this building. I don't want to stay in the city for too awful long if I can help it. Obviously, we probably won't be able to help it. Poison synthesis tech print. I don't care all that much, although we could trade it, but who are we going to trade it to, as we're not friends with the government? We have a metal blood serum. Now that is interesting, because if we have metal blood, it hardens our skin upon impact. Does that mean we would be impervious to damage, like if we were getting bit by zombies? I don't know. Could be worth trying, though. Be careful and watch for zombies as well as more soldiers. There's some plasteel in here, that's useful. With plenty of herbal medicine, that too is quite useful. Very strange architecture, I must say. Okay. The city is very quiet as well. I don't hear anything, hardly. Looks like we found a hospital. Now this could be a good place to sleep for the night. Oh, we have 10 glitter world medicine. That is useful, very useful. Oh shit, that almost gave me a heart attack hearing that. Like literally my heart skipped. It looks like contamination has caused a pretty bad outbreak already in the city in what little time we've been here. So again, we don't want to stick around longer than we have to. We have a lot of penicillin, which we already have plenty of penicillin back home, but it's always good to have more. I definitely hear some beating. It's almost early in the morning. We really need to rest. We'll mostly be sleeping throughout the day, I'd say. I'm going to bring a bed over here. I'm going to let Dutch go ahead and bring that, and we will guard him, and we'll all try to rest. I also want to claim these doors. That way we're able to actually lock them, and people won't be coming in on us, which is nice. So we'll go ahead and have a lie down early in the morning here. We'll lock our doors so nobody can come in on us, and we'll stay in the hospital and sleep a bit. And as mentioned, we would all lie down for the night, waiting for any undead or any enemy soldiers, but none of each ever came. We would get a decent night's rest, I'd say, and by the time we awoke, our bellies were growling for food. We ate on some food we packed, like berries and other items. Then we were ready to adventure a bit more. We would continue exploring every single building throughout the city as best we could, and also while we could, before the place became completely overrun, and then before the Central State sent in a large group to try and sweep the entire city, cleaning it of zombies. And also us. During this time, we would find a few more useful items like another vial of metal blood serum, some industrial-grade medicine, a good bit of bioferrite, as well as some less notable items like reinforced barrels, cloth, stuff like that. By the time the moon was high in the sky once more, we had found a food reservoir area, we ate our little bellies full, and then we ended up going back to sleep. A pretty uneventful day. However, we would rise before the crack of dawn in the early morning before the sun would even come. We had found something very interesting. A garage. And by the sounds of things, I think there might be an actual vehicle in there. But that also means that there are people in there who own said vehicle. So immediately what I want to do, I think, is... of course, we'll let Tasia take the lead. Oh no, I hear zombies. I'm assuming there are humans in here, though. We definitely don't want to try to open the garage door. The only entrance into the building is here. Turn on fire at will. We need to be ready. And we don't want to get seen by any undead, of course. Nobody in here. Take the lead up here. I think this is the actual garage section. Oh, 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 oh. We can hear people in there. Quite a few people, I might add. They could be infected, but I'm not seeing any of the health bars, so that would most likely mean it's not infected that we're hearing. Try to be very slow. This door is quite interesting, a security door. No one in here. I'm very nervous about this, I'm not going to lie. I've never encountered a garage in a city like this. Let's see. Holy shit. Oh my god, is that a tank? A bulldog tank? It looks like it has secondary weapons. What is this? That's a psychic shock lance. We have reinforced barrels. Oh my god. A tank? And 5? Oh, but there's too many of them. I don't know if we can take them. There's 5 of these soldiers. Immediately back off. Back off, back off. Oh, shit. Not Tasia, not Tasia. That's not good. Oh, God. This is... Ooh. This is bad. Really bad. Tasia is... Jesus. She's been shot horribly. Severin also shot a decent bit. Tend to yourself. I'm gonna have Dutch stand guard. Tasia is gonna die in 4 hours, though. We need to do something. Oh, she is crawling away. Now that could be helpful if she can crawl away. They seem to be too busy tending to themselves to work. Oh, shit. Here comes one, though. I'm gonna take cover behind these doors. Here they come. Here they come. Here they come. There we go. Oh, he doesn't even care about us. Very unusual. He's fleeing. We do have Tasia. Okay, so we have Tasia. I'm going to carry her. I'm going to claim this door so we can lock it. Drop her. Immediately start tending to her, even without medicine. I hear a lot of zombies. It's also possible that the gunfire has started drawing them near. Why would that soldier run away? Seeing some blood where they're trying to get away. Maybe they're running to find medicine? There's medicine over here, but I don't know. I do hear infected somewhere, so that could be why. I don't know how many of them there are left in there. Oh man, this is nerve-wracking. We have 3 hours to tend to Tasia. We're doing the best we can since we have 1 arm. Severin is not in any damage, I'm sorry, I'm very nervous. Severin is not in any immediate danger, even though he suffered quite a bit of damage, so we do have Severin. I'm going to bring him into this room simply so we can have him keep watch. Tasia, I think, is going to make it, even though, yes, she is very much injured. And I'm going to drop her here. There shouldn't be any chance of a zombie getting her without breaking through the door. We want to claim all these doors. Nobody is going anywhere. We are locking all the doors behind us. No one's going anywhere unless we say so. Look, Tasia has been dealt with. She's not bleeding out anymore. How many of them did we kill? Let's go in here and look. There are no corpses in here. We know we killed 1. There were 5. 1 here. The other one escaped and was very injured. So there's probably 3 in here. Though we remember seeing blood, looks like. So there's also the chance that they are also severely injured. But if we've had time to tend to ourselves, so have they. Immediately... grab that short barrel. This way we should... yeah, we're dual-wielding them. It doesn't look like it, but we definitely are. Dutch's shotgun is good, but maybe we grab the SMG. That way we can provide some pretty heavy fire. Tasia is going to oh. I was about to say Tasia's going to survive. Holy shit. Okay, so now we need to deal with that. Let's... kill this infected first. I'm glad we claimed these doors. Okay, so we killed them. I'm glad we claimed these doors because we basically locked them inside. All right. This is intense. Back to our plan here of trying to infiltrate. Tasia's fine, is what I've been trying to say this whole time. She's okay, she's not going to die, and we need to infiltrate because I really, really, really want that tank, and I think it would help us out a lot. So, here we go. I want this to be held open. Whoa. There are 2 of them. 3 of them. Pull back. Charge shotgun. Pull back. Come on. Blast his ass. Ugh, good God. They'll most likely be coming in after us. Dutch is quite injured. Let's try and go back. We know that they're probably... Yeah, they're probably right there. It's gonna be better if they come to us, for sure. So let's pull back again. Damn. Oh, we managed to kill 1. 2. Oh my God. Okay, let's forget about 3 for now. We have 1 more. How bad? Severin's pretty badly injured. As am I. I'm gonna take the risk. Oh, okay. Alright, I'm gonna take the risk. Here we go. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Whew. Alright, I'm nervous. Okay, I'm very nervous. What I'm going to do, Severin is badly injured. We don't have time to tend to him and us both, but there, thank God, is a cryo sleep casket right here. Son of a bitch. Who turned into a zombie? Okay, someone up there. Alright. Severin is in the cryo sleep casket. I'm going to begin tending to myself. Tasia should be back on her feet very shortly, but I think if I'm not mistaken, we have already killed all of the officers or the soldiers and agents here. Tasia should be back on her feet soon. That was very close, and we're still very close. Something we can do is we can inject the go juice that we brought with us. And you know what? I'm actually going to give some to Tasia. Now, what go juice is going to do as well as make us a little bit faster is it's actually going to get rid of, well, it's not going to get rid of, but it's going to help us with the pain tolerance. And now, I only have the 1 arm, right? We don't have a left arm. Hurry up, Dutch, please. Let's give her some, and that might help her get back on her feet a little bit quicker. Now, the reason I need her on her feet a little quicker, I'm bleeding. I'm very injured. I'm bleeding. There's a good chance that I'm going to pass out. Tasia is high on go juice. Her consciousness is at 10%. That should help her get back on her feet sooner rather than later. Okay. I did pass out, so that's what we were expecting. Let's hope I don't die. Really good chance I'm going to end up dying. I have 5 hours of mad deer. Psychic wave. I'm not really worried about mad animals. The biggest thing right now is going to be getting Tasia back on her feet before I ultimately bleed out. Because... Okay. That's very loud. Alright, I had to turn the volume down because they're so loud punching this. Alright, so Tasia is on her feet. Hot damn. Hot damn, indeed. Perfect. Grab me. Do not shoot. Get the hell out of there before they notice you. Go, go, go. Get away. We have 2 hours before we bleed to death. Let's see how it goes. Can she tend to us fast enough before we bleed out? Tasia is about to be our saving grace, if so. 1 hour, 2 hours. Okay, we're getting pretty close to maybe not dying. 2 hours, 1 hour. Please, 1 more, Tasia. 1 more after this. And Tasia has saved our f***ing life. Amazing. Amazing. Zombies are attacking deer. Okay. Let's open the casket. Hopefully, Severin is also injured. I'm going to start tending to him too. So what I want to do, I'm going to work on tending to Severin. I'm also going to keep an eye out just in case. It looks like Severin has cryosleep sickness. So I'm going to work on tending to him, which we're almost done with, actually. And now, let me get him a bed spot. This is a real, a real shitfest. We need to eat, too, by the way. I don't think we have any food around here, whatever. I'm going to rescue him, and I am going to inject him with go juice. I'm going to inject him with some go juice, and this should help him get up a lot faster, too. And yeah, now he's not incapable of walking. Absolutely perfect. Dutch is in shit shape. Okay. Absolutely shit shape. Let's keep an eye out here. Yeah, we have some infected. There we go. So we finished them off. We need to find food before we have a mental break. So here's the plan. We've got these mad deer that the zombies killed for us. As Severin is puking from cryosleep sickness, we're going to rip up the floorboards. We're going to build a damn fire with them, and we're going to cook some of these infected or just mad deer. It's a sentence that only works in RimWorld, by the way, in case you're ever curious. Severin is going to start butchering as we are working on the fire. Good to go. This place is absolutely hideous. It's not doing anything good for our moods, I'll tell you that right now. But more people turning into zombies. We are going to eat. We're going to wait for Dutch to get back on his feet so we can get some of our things picked up. And we're getting the f*** out of here. Alright, so we are finally getting some meals. We're absolutely starving. Tasia's eating the raw meat. Not good for her mental health, but whatever. At least she'll survive, I guess. We have so many zombies starting to take over the city, which is not great. You know, we do have some meals down here that we could have went and grabbed. I just have a feeling this place is probably already crawling with infected, so that's no bueno for sure. Okay, I'm actually going to take Tasia here with her short barrel rifle out into the street. Don't want to fire at will, though. We're going to grab one of these meals for Dutch because I think if we keep trying to cook, we're going to be in bad shape. Always so much micromanaging. We do have it infected right there, but it looks like he may be the only one. I want to grab these meals. Oh, we do have a child here. Gonna bring this back, and we're gonna feed it to Dutch. Alright, here we go. This is going to keep the old fellow alive. Oh my god, so many people turning. I've even got the volume of certain things turned down, though, because the zombies are so loud. We're gonna get Dutch tended to, and then we're getting out of here. We're gonna start loading up that bulldog. You know what, though? Let's check. I need to make sure, because this would be some absolute bullshit. Top in. And I want to check. Okay, looks like we have about half fuel in this bad boy. I want to reload. There we go. All of the main weapons. Okay, we should be fine. So we are going to get Dutch tended to. We're going to get everything. We can actually go ahead and start putting shit inside of this bulldog, and so we can get the hell out of here. And so that is exactly what we would spend the next few hours doing, loading up any and all items, weapons, and resources in our vicinity into the bulldog along with Dutch, and then we would leave. This might actually be the first time since we've left the bunker that we feel safe, rolling around in a great big thick steel tin can. As we were leaving the city, we actually planned on stopping and grabbing a lot of the other things that we had found, like components and medicine, so on and so forth. Unfortunately, though, we could only carry up to 100 kilograms of things, and since we already had some food and weapons and stuff, we couldn't really bring anything else. So, with that, we would finally leave the city. It was a bit of a shame that we were leaving empty-handed, except for the tank, the functioning tank that we're riding away in. There's good news and bad news with the tank. Part of the bad news, of course, being we could only carry so much stuff since we already had so much loaded into it. The other bad news is we can't take our more discreet way back to the bunker because the tank can't ride through the forest without getting stuck in mud or maybe in some vegetation that has fallen over or something. The good news is, though, it can still travel pretty fast on the road. Even though we now have a functioning war vehicle, we are not going to be stopping at the mercenary hideout. I think we've had enough excitement for a few days. Instead, we're just going to continue going home. traveling through the Scarlands to get there. The Scarlands were once great mega cities that spanned all across the region, but along with that they had mega populations. The only way to stop the spread of the infection in places like this, they had to be nuked. Men, women, and children all turned to ash in an instant. Why? Well, ash couldn't be infected. Looks like we have a bit of a blockade. We could get around it, although the site here is quite interesting. We at least have a few weapons next to those ancient corpses, and it looks like there might be some chem fuel at this gas station. Well worth our time, I'd say. We got a lot going on here. Most of us... Oh no, we don't have our weapons on us. Let me get those out of our cargo. We're gonna need them, I'd say. There could be infected in here. Actually, Tasia has hers. Looks like Dutch is the only one that doesn't have his shotgun. So let's go ahead and get that real quick. I'm actually gonna go ahead too. And I'll let Dutch pick these up. I hear movement in there. Get our gun. Let's check. Ooh, whoa, 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 whoa. That can't be good. I saw something. Before we infiltrate though, it looked like a person, probably, not an infected. We do have chem fuel here. So this is stuffed with 300 chem fuel, which is great. No chem fuel anywhere else. No way to check these for fuel. I would say it's long gone. I am noticing there's a campfire, but it doesn't look like anybody's been out here in a while. I did just see someone, I'm pretty sure, at that door. Let's see if we can infiltrate. Is this a hole? There we go. Oh, okay, so there is somebody here. Looks like it's not a soldier, but maybe a scavenger? Oh shit, they're utilizing drugs, performance-enhancing drugs. Let's see if we can tase them to take them down. That might help us. Oh shit, we've got two of them. Yeah, they look like a couple of scavengers. Can we move? There we go. See if we can take these bastards down. Step in the doorway. I really want you to shoot. There we go. Okay, Dutch, you are injured, my friend. Ah, son of a bitch. There we go, though. Alright, 10 to Dutch. Alright, so 4... No, can you... What are you using? Do you have medicine? Oh, you already had some. We did have some herbal medicine back here at the tank. So we will tend to him out here in the street. I'm going to keep an eye out, though, to make sure... I don't see anybody else. We have to be careful. There could be more scavengers. Nobody's come from this building yet for the sound. Severin, let's take a look in here. I'm guessing if there were more, they would have already come out. Chickens? Inspector Chicken. Kind of like an alarm chicken. Let's not get too close to that. If there are more in here sleeping, that could wake them up. We do have survival meals, but I don't want to get too close to the chickens. What did these fellas have? So they had some type of rifle, semi-automatic rifle. They had some tinned meat. Okay, Dutch is up and moving. They had some baby food. They had shoes and gloves, human meat, scrap rifle. All right. Pick up the scrap rifle, pick up the shoes, pick up that, pick up the joints. That would be cool. Let's go ahead and pick up some stuff as well, pal. Basically, we're gonna take all of this shit and we are leaving. I don't want to get too close to this in case there are others in there. I don't want to wake them up. We will get this chem fuel and stuff, though. I think we should have room for all of these little things. And we are going to head back home. And so we would, surprisingly, with very little issues. I was shocked to see that we hadn't been stopped at any type of central state checkpoint. Shocked, but also very grateful that that wasn't the case. After many days of traveling, we would finally return back home. Slowly creeping the tank treads over rocks and through a bit of mud as the rain poured down on its steel. Unfortunately, this would garner the attention of a few zombies in the area, but we are in a tank, so we could easily just run them over, which was pretty cool. Although they were quite strong and were actually doing a bit of damage to it. Nothing but a few dents for us to pop out. But as we got closer to the entrance of our bunker, Our fence was completely gone, and as was the shelter around the entrance. A small group of bumbling and wobbling corpses crowd around it. We'll need to get rid of them so we can get back inside. Up until this point, we've been attempting to conserve ammo as much as possible, but oh well. We managed to kill a few of them with the main shells from the tank, and we even unleashed our machine guns on them, doing quite a bit of damage and readying them to be killed by us on foot. Alright, let's see if we can finish them off here. I thought that this might be the easiest way to go about doing this without using up too much ammo. There we go. Too much ammo from the tank. Now, I'm gonna pause because here's the problem. If they were outside up here, they've tore down the entire fence. They've tore down the shelter. It didn't look like they were trying to get in there, but it is wide open, and there's no way for us to close it. Without doing it permanently, of course, as you can see. That probably means somebody fell inside. Yes, so our turret... Oh, well, there they went. Oh, okay. So our turret does give us a view. It looks like we at least have a couple that fell in. Hopefully... Should we just watch, actually? Hopefully those are the only ones. The turret is attempting... Oh, we have a zombie attack? Oh my god. Oh shit, we have even more of them showing up in the area. We're gonna need to repair that fence as soon as possible. The issue is we don't have any resources up top, do we? I don't think so. Our turret is doing a good job of killing them. It's a little slow, but that's okay. We do have some steel. Rhinoceros, that's fine. Why don't we go ahead and... Yeah. I want everybody to go ahead and we can extract serum from these zombies. We'll start mining this steel, and what we'll do is try to put a metal entranceway here. We could also probably build... We don't have the research. We're going to have to do some basic research into vehicles, and we can actually build a garage door for the tank that we've commandeered. But that's what we'll do. We'll extract the serum, we'll start mining, and we should be able to get enough steel to... Oh man, at least build a wall. We have a rhinoceros here. The issue is the zombies piss off the rhinoceri, and then we get the shit end of the stick. Get in, everyone get in. Okay. We're safe from the rhinoceri. Looks like our turret did kill those zombies. We have, I think this is probably Janice, as she's broken through the wall. Okay. Technically, we can kill them all with the tank if we like. We do have quite a few zombies, though. If the main gun... Yeah, there we go. We have all these zombies. The problem is they're hunting the rhinoceros. That's fine. I'm not worried about that. Let's try to kill as many of them as we can. Alright, let's see if we can kill the rhinoceros, too. There we go. It's about damn time. Sheesh. Finally. Start mining this steel. We desperately need some steel walls across here. The chain link fence is great because you can come out and you can actually shoot the zombies before they become a bigger problem. But, of course, the downside is that they're not near as strong. There we go. This is such a pain in the ass, but it must be done. Alright, so let's go ahead and start working on the wall. Poor Dutch and his one good arm. I gotta say, he doesn't do very well. We need to get him a prosthetic arm at the very least. I'd go with a piece of wood that we could attach to his, where his arm used to be, the stump. But I don't think that's possible, unfortunately. But I would definitely do it because it's better than him not having anything there. He's constantly failing, but the problem is I can't afford to... You know what? Maybe I can. I don't know. I was gonna say I can't afford to not have him constructing because it would take so much longer, but I mean, he's constantly botching the construction, just constantly. We definitely need to try to get him that Archotech eye. I think Severin's skill. Severn still has a 5 in medical even after all the tending, so I don't know if we'll be able to get that surgery done for the Archotech eye. It would definitely be nice if we could. We might attempt it, but I don't know. We still should have Glitter World Medicine down in the bunker, so if that's the case, we'll probably end up doing that. Alright, you filthy bunch of silly billies. We definitely have the wall finished now. Finally, we have a cell door, which is much harder to destroy. That way we can go in and out. We should theoretically be safe to go back down in the bunker. We will do that. I am going to get weapons ready. There's a good chance that there will be zombies down in the bunker. Little sight here. So the two in this room are dead for sure. I'm going to let Tasia extract them, and then Severin and Dutch clear the rest of the place. Alright, so it looks like the bunker is completely fine. There are no infected in here other than young Janice, who has broken containment and is now in this room. We're gonna have to figure out what we're going to do with her. She's still in there, just destroying the walls, our poor sweet Janice. We've yet to find a cure, or even a possibility of a cure for her, so I don't know. We need to try to get a camera set back up in here, though, so that we can keep an eye on her again. We need to make sure that we can see her just for safety's sake, essentially. I, as her father, would creep in and grab a few of the components and steel that were already within the containment room, and I would actually use these to create the security camera. I would be the one to volunteer for obvious reasons. Truth be told, if she were to bite me and I were to become infected, that would be a fate better than not having her. Meanwhile, Severin and Tasia enjoyed being in their beds finally once more. It's been a long journey. I suppose we should try to take in all the little comforts of home while we're here. The following day, I was going to work on some research, with that being basic vehicles. That way we could make those garage doors that we were talking about earlier for the tank at the top level. The only issue is, we need to complete biofuel refining first. Not that that's going to be an issue, that's actually something we need to do anyway so that we can make our own chem fuel for the tank, as well as any other future vehicles we might be able to find or build. I would bury myself in my work down in the bunker. Meanwhile, we had Severin go back up top to the Bulldog tank, start unloading all the cargo, extracting serums from all the zombie corpses, and then begin bringing every single bit of that back down here. I know, boring organizational work, but it needed to be done. Besides all of those zombie corpses, if we extract enough serum, we could create yet another cure. We still haven't used the 80% one that we created before that we were going to use on Janice that failed last episode. Having two of them would be even more handy. And while he was up here, he would also replace the security camera that the zombies had destroyed so we can keep an eye on things before we decide to poke our heads out. This time, I put it out on our steel wall for obvious reasons. By this point, we finally finished up biofuel refining. Absolutely perfect, and now we can start on basic vehicles. While we're working on that research, we're also going to build our own biofuel refinery so that we can make our own fuel as previously discussed. Now, along with that, I would also end up building a second research bench. We don't really have much to do while we're tucked away down here, so the least that we could do is all of us work on research. Even the other two, not myself, that weren't all that keen on intellectual work, you could say. Yeah, that's it. We would study for countless hours, and then, finally, we had finished this research as well. Again, obviously, we mostly did this so that we could create our own automatic or manual garage doors for the tank, but it's important to note we can also create our own basic vehicles like dirt bikes or even a buggy if we so choose to expend our steel and components on those things. That might be a bit of a long shot. Maybe not the dirt bike though, that could be handy when we're going to cities. I suppose we'll have to see. As for right now, we are going to be rebuilding our shack around the bunker entrance, and we are also finishing up that automatic garage door. With these things finally finished, our little base here was in tip-top shape and was looking absolutely wonderful, and much more secure, I might add, which is very crucial. We had also noticed a woman sleeping out in the forest. We attempted to communicate, and she would not. It would seem she's a wild woman. So, naturally, we would arrest her and take her deep within the bunker. We thought we might be able to put her in a cell and attempt to recruit her, but then I remembered once again, she doesn't have any communication skills, or even the capacity to speak. We quickly began to realize, though, that she really liked food, and in times like these, food is quite scarce. It would seem that some raw meat was the way to her heart. She seemed to join us, and we sent her into the warehouse to pick out any clothing as well as weapons that she would so choose. And, so she did. I kind of feel like your hat might not suit you. And you probably don't know how to fire a gun. Don't worry, we'll teach you. You don't understand anything I'm saying, do you? Well, I suppose that communication can come second to survival, as that is the most important part of life at the moment. And we are not only surviving, but as I always say, thriving. See you later. Ah, the dead live among us, walking and eating our flesh and brains, while the living are forced to hide under rocks like cockroaches. Huh? Oh, sorry, you startled me. You gotta be careful sneaking up on somebody like that given the circumstances. The zombie apocalypse is here, and we live here, in a bunker underground, in our tiny walled-off community here between the grand mountainous landscape. You know, in case you're new here and don't know who I am, the name's Dutch, and I suppose you could call me the leader of this merry band of misfit survivors. We've recently commandeered a central government tank in an abandoned city by slaughtering a small squad of their soldiers, but it damn near cost us our lives. And a bit before that, my poor, sweet Janice, the star in my eye, had been turned into a zombie, infected when we were clearing out this bunker. We currently have her quarantined, and we have her on surveillance 24/7, until we can figure out what to do. How to cure her, I mean. With most zombies, we know exactly what to do. And with this tank, we do plan on visiting yet another abandoned city today. And if we're lucky, we might even pay a little visit to a nearby encampment and/or base, we're not exactly too sure just yet, of mercenaries. We only know where they're at. We don't know how many there are or the type of firepower they're packing. However, this is quite a long journey there and back, and our tank doesn't run on hopes and dreams. We're gonna need plenty of fuel to make it there and to hopefully make it back without breaking down. In the meantime, as Boone is making plenty of fuel for the tank, we are also going to begin some research on machining. Thanks to our double research tables and the fact that we don't plan on leaving the bunker anytime soon, as we have plenty of food and other resources, this research wouldn't take very long at all. And it was completed shortly thereafter. Now with that completed, we can create a machining table as well as an upgrading table for our unique weapons, like Severin's SMG, as well as I think a hand cannon that we found in the city not too long ago. The machining table would be the perfect place to create some new armor and apparel. As you can see, we have made some gas masks for every single one of our members. This will help us prevent getting contaminated by the virus and some of the more hot spots, I suppose you could call them, as well as any type of chemical warfare that the government might try to use against us. However, we did use up a lot of our resources creating these masks, and so now we're running awful low on components for things like chainsaws, which we'd like to use as tools, but also possibly weapons, as well as upgrading our weapons. At the moment, we only have about 1 or 2 components in storage, so it looks like Severin and myself will be venturing to the surface in search of a few more so we can prepare for our journey. So we're actually traveling out at night. Oh, we have an aurora, which is going to be beautiful. We'll all be quite excited to see that. We have a camera set up here, and I'm not seeing within this vicinity any zombies, nor outside of it. I do remember at some point... Uh-oh. Oh, we have a zombie. Okay, I thought I heard it. Swap over to our bolt-action rifle. We have some wild people who have wandered in. It would seem that with the apocalypse, some people have reverted back to their more ancestral nature, I suppose. Okay. Somewhere, I think we have some ship chunks that have landed at some point. Oh, we actually have components here. This actually might have been ship chunks because I see slag. We also have some beer. Very interesting. These components, though, are exactly what we need, although there's only 4 of them. Do have some compacted machinery actually within the vicinity of our little place here, so we could do some mining there. We could also grab these components. I think that would be enough for what we have planned. Alright, let's go ahead and start hauling those back as best we can, and then we'll start doing a bit of mining. First, I also want to grab that beer. There's 5 cans of beer. I'll be quite excited to have that. We also have some clothing, most likely from someone who was turned into a zombie, but it's all tainted because they had been turned. So we'll grab the beer and we'll grab the components, we'll start some mining efforts, and then I think we'll be good to go. Severin is coming out to grab said beer. We also have Dutch providing support, just in case we were to run into any undead, but I think we're going to be good for tonight at least. I suppose we could also grab some of this extract while we're out here too. And so we would. The extract, some wood, a little bit of everything, including our components of course, as we were mining more, and eventually we would bring all of these items back down into our little humble hole. Now that we finally have the resources, we can start making ourselves some proper weapons, like the chainsaws that we were talking about. These will be great not only for slaughtering zombies, of course, if they were to get too close, but also for ripping down wooden walls. We're also going to be making another special weapon, you could say, that I think will be quite handy against hordes of zombies, as well as burning down some wooden walls and other enemy bases. A good old-fashioned flamethrower. I know we're doing a lot of weapon building and crafting, but we have a big mission ahead of us. One of the final things that we're going to be making isn't a weapon, but it's actually some attachments for a weapon. A nice iron sight, a rapid trigger, some drum magazines, that sort of stuff. These new upgrades and attachments are for Severin's SMG, which we would quickly attach to it, giving it an up damage, fire rate, and nice accuracy boost, so on and so forth. With our weapons taken care of for the time being, we're also going to begin working on an operating room, similar to the one that we had created to try to tend to Janice and to cure her of her infection, but this time around it's not for curing infections. I actually need a bit of surgery performed on myself. So we have Boone, who should be collecting Glitter World medicine, I believe. Yes. That way she can go about installing the Archotech Eye that we had previously found. Now, why Boone, you might ask, as she was just a wild person last episode, and surely she can't be that good of a doctor. Well, unfortunately, other than myself, she and Severin are the best 2 doctors, and because Severin is missing one of his arms, just like myself, that means Boone has the best manipulation, meaning she also has the best chance of installing this Archotech Eye into my left socket. Okay, and it worked, and she now has a medical of 6. You know, Glitter World medicine comes in clutch, I must say. That's the only thing that's really helped us out here, I think, actually accomplish that. So now we have both of our eyes. We do need another arm, of course, as we are missing ours from when it had to be hacked off from the infection we had. But this is a good step in the right direction. With that finally out of the way, now that the anesthesia's wore off, I think we're finally ready for our travel. Wouldn't you say so? Sheesh, this is odd. You don't know how much you miss depth, or forget about depth, until it's gone, and then you have it again. It'll take some getting used to, but it will help me out quite a bit in the long run, having another eye, I'm sure. It would be nice to lay both my eyes on my lovely daughter one last time before I leave, just in case it were to be the last time. I know I say this every time we leave, but truly each time could be the last, just as we had saw when we got our hands on the tank. With that, my friends, though, we are going to begin sending all of our gear up top, loading it into our tank, and I think it's time for us to truly head back out onto the road. And hopefully when we return, the place won't be overrun with corpses like last time. And with that, though, we would finally head out to our next abandoned city. It's most likely worth noting that it looks like the quest to attack the mercenaries has expired, unfortunately. I apologize. I was a bit too caught up in ensuring that we're ready for this little adventure that I wasted too much time. It seems that they've moved from their old base, but perhaps we'll find them again once more. At the moment, though, we do have much larger issues to deal with. Alright, so we have entered the city. I'm already seeing, and we're, okay, already shooting. Let's check this out. A Central State agent, or a militant, essentially. This doesn't look like a normal soldier. I wonder if it would be worth getting out. You know what? I'm not going to worry about it. I was going to say getting out and trying to take your gear, but we always try to get it when we leave. We don't want to cause too much of a ruckus, because if we start using the giant cannon, the main weapon of the tank, then we might end up drawing a little bit too much attention from the Central State, and that wouldn't be ideal. I want to try to clear out some of the city in terms of like where everything is, just so we know. I don't see any infected through the city, so it is possible that they might have it cleaned out pretty good. This is a Central State agent as well who died. Oh, he has a zombie infection, which is not good because that means he's going to turn at some point. For the most part, the city seems pretty clear. I think I'll get everyone out. We're going to get everyone out, and we are going to start clearing out some buildings. The tank should be fine. We've got the keys with us. That way, you know, nobody can just up and steal it like we originally did. That would be absolutely horrible, as it is really our biggest accomplishment that we've achieved thus far. We're going to start clearing out some buildings, though, and ooh, if we find anything interesting, like a luxury armchair, a steel pillar, or a large sculpture, I guess. Those are things we could take with us. I don't mind taking those with us, but they're not all that important, per se. Most things that we're looking for, weapons, medicine, more fuel would be preferable, food, of course, but also things like components and steel and uranium and these other items that are pretty crucial for most things that we want to make and stuff. We'll eat some of the pemmican that we've found, that way we can conserve some of the food that we've brought with us. But we'll continue clearing out the city, and I guess if we find anything kind of interesting, we'll take that with us, of course. We're starting to get infected popping up throughout the city. Oh, and we have a raid from the Central State. How did they detect us so soon? So it looks like the group is coming from around this area. We can actually hear them. Now that's very concerning because we are just right up here. We had barely cleared out any of the city since I was telling you we were going to. I'm trying to think of the best way to handle it. I think we're immediately coming to this room. Oh shit, it does already sound like they're going through buildings though. Oh. We can hear that door opening. That has to be them. Oh shit, I'm so nervous. Dutch is going to take cover up here. This is the game plan, okay? Dutch is taking cover here. Severin will take cover here. Boone can take cover. Boone will actually come up here and take cover while Tasia takes cover down here. Oh shit. Alright, they're already here. They're already here. I want Dutch in the doorway shooting. Here we go. Here we go. Alright, Tasia with her short barrel can stand right there if she will. Oh my god. Moppus. Is this? No, that's not the same Moppus. Missing her left arm. This is the same Moppus from a few episodes ago who refused to go with us. There's no fucking way. Oh my god, this has to be her. She's missing her left arm. To join the Central State of all people. Oh, Severin's injured, by the way. To join the Central State. You dirty, low-down motherfucker. Oh my god. They also have a mechanoid with them. Utilizing mechanized soldiers is probably a great idea against zombies. Holy shit, though. Moppus. Of all people, oh my god, that's insane. Alright, so let's talk game plan real quick. I don't know how well this is going to work out in a shootout. Severin and Tasia are already injured. Best course of action is to retreat back to our tank. That's going to give us a significant leg up. Issue being, we're going to have to go back through this entire building to do so. We do have our go juice. We're going to make everyone go ahead and start injecting that. I'm claiming all of these doors so that they will struggle to chase us. Severin actually has metal blood serum. And if he can take... damn it. He didn't get to take it fast enough. I want Boone up here with the flamethrower. I think everyone else got their go juice in them, which is good. That's what we need. Let's see if we can start killing some of these bastards. I actually want to grab Severin and run over this way. Yes, please, please, please. Oh, there we go. Dutch. I think Boone is actually on fire. That branding iron. Dutch is taking metal blood serum. Great. Absolutely great. Just what we need. Move back here. I'm trying to get... Boone is on fire, so Boone is struggling to get away. I need Tasia to take cover, too. Here we go. So we are managing to take out a few of them, at least. But Boone is in dire straits. We're getting another raid? Son of a bitch. We're gonna need to try to kill them, and we need to cut our losses, or at least get back to our tank first. Okay, so they are fleeing. Well, I don't want Moppus escaping, I'll tell you that right now. We have the Militor. Where is Moppus? I don't even see Moppus. Can you drop? Yeah, drop Severin. I'm immediately going to tend to Severin. We have Glitter World Medicine right there. Tend to Severin. We are going to try to finish off this mech and this lady. Thank God for the metal blood serum, dude. There we go. Yes, and finish this one off, too. You. There we go. Now we're talking. Damn, it's getting extremely hot in here. Let's tear open this door before we all start cooking to death. And I'm going to find Moppus, although she's probably already escaped the city, the coward. Door. Tore apart. We're good. Nobody's cooking alive. Keep an eye out for Moppus. Son of a bitch. I think she got away. We killed the others. Let's not waste too much time on her. Well, we managed to survive that little encounter, but unfortunately, it would seem that Moppus did manage to get away. Dirty, no good son of a bitch. We need to get our people tended to immediately. Carry Severin. We're gonna start finding our way back to our tank. We have people turning into infected. Boone is fine now. Everybody move. We'll try to come back for the weapons, but for now... we just kind of need to get out of here. Trying to find my way out. Let's just use the chainsaw, start breaking down the door. There we go. That's much faster. Alright, we're going to make our way back to our tank. Let's keep an eye out here. We know the other agents are up here. It did seem as if they were going to prepare for a while, so we might be able to catch them off guard. Damn that Moppus, though. I desperately wanted to kill her. And we are going to start trying to ambush. I already see one of them. We are going to take care of these bastards. I know I didn't want to draw too much attention to myself, but it seems as if we probably already have. Oh, there we go. Let's see if we can kill this one too. Coward, come back, come back. Is that all of them? Only two? Well, this group is much smaller than the initial one that came to kill us then. Yes indeed, they would seem to be the only ones. Alright, well with that being said, let's take our tank and let's get back down to this area where we were previously. We don't want all of our shit to burn. Alright, so I am getting pretty well everyone out, I guess. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to fight this fire. That way we don't lose all of our stuff. And so we would, fighting fire like our lives depended on it, when realistically most of our weapons, Glitter World Medicine, and a few other things did, actually. As well as the corpse of the Militor. Now, none of us are exactly experts in robotics, of course, but it's not every day that you actually have one of their corpses intact. we'll be taking that with us too, just in case there is a sliver of a chance that we can reverse engineer it. Now then, Boone and Severin are going to be tearing down some of the steel walls of this building that almost burned down. That way we can repurpose the resources, since we're going to be staying in the city a little while longer at the least. While they do that, Deja and myself will be scouring the rest of the city, going door to door, room to room, looking for anything and everything that may aid us in our survival, such as some lavish carnivore meals. Not all that many, but the quality makes up for the quantity. For now, we would also end up finding a mini turret. This would go perfect with the other that we already have back home. Not only that, but it would also be perfect for defending the camp automatically. The camp that Severin and Boone have been working on for hours, throwing together in our absence as we were looking for resources. And it's all come together quite nicely. We have some chain link fiends to keep infected out, and this way we're somewhat safe, I suppose, while we sleep. But, the flames from the fire were not the only flames that were burning hot tonight. Boone and myself, well, let's just say that I may have wooed her. Yes, well, you know, the apocalypse can get quite lonely, and I'm only just a man. The two of us have become much closer. We've become lovers. Seems like it was just the other day we had to arrest you to keep you from getting eaten by a zombie, and now here we lie, staring up at the stars on a lonely city night. Well, Severin, perhaps we should give the two of them a little bit of alone time. Besides, you and I could continue scouring the city looking for anything, such as, maybe, I don't know, some chem fuel, some components, glitter world medicine, normal medicine, and some weaponry. Perhaps even some riches like gold. All of these things we did find in abundance for the most part throughout the city, with minimal effort, I must say. Well, minus all the walking corpses that were looking to eat our brains, but with a little bit of bulletry, we ended up finishing them off as well. And with that, my friends, we have completely cleared out yet another of these cities, finding many, many useful items that we can take to aid us in our survival all the way back home. That being said, I think it's time that we start that long trek back. And so we would. You may notice that this time around, instead of taking the proper road all the way back, we decided to take the much more difficult and much longer route of going through the forest. This isn't something we're all that interested in doing, mostly because of the treacherous terrain, but it is winter time, meaning that most things are frozen, there shouldn't be any mud or anything like that, and we also are doing this to try to keep out of the eye, and possibly roadblocks, of the central state government. Even so, we still had to worry about other things, like the random occasional groups of corpses that were alive and well out in the forest, surviving off wildlife. But we mostly shot them and ran them over. Everything was okay. We would eventually finally return back to the base, and though our wall had been destroyed ever so slightly, it was much better than the previous time we returned home to find our entire chain link fence completely gone and demolished. We ever so quickly dispatched the zombie that had done this damage, and now we're ready to make some repairs, as well as to unload our cargo hold. Our mission was a grand success, almost as successful as the previous mission to the last city where we managed to find the tank. We got a lot of resources from the city, and sure, we did find out that someone who used to be one of our own has turned against us and is plotting against us as we speak. But at least we're aware of it now. However, in case you thought things couldn't get weirder, we have a gentleman going by the name of Blanchard who is looking to join our colony. This doesn't seem all that strange, except for the fact that he's Dutch's brother. Yeah, someone that Dutch that, well, we all thought to have been dead for a long time. Whoa, what the hell is he wearing? We damn near put a bullet between his eyes. Well, after a bit of conversation, it would seem that Moppus wasn't the only one desperate enough to join the Central State. Our own brother. According to him, he only joined up when the world went to hell. and there wasn't enough food and water to go around. I suppose we could hardly fault him for that. Says once he heard about our recent tussles with the state agents, he decided to find us. And so he's deserted those fascists that have him out here clearing the streets of humans and zombies. Well, the good news is, he seems genuine, and he even brought his own weapons and armor. The bad news, if he knew where to find us, that means that they do too. Ah, brother, last we saw one another, Janice was just a baby. How is she? Well, I'll explain everything later. It's a long story. First, you need to meet the others, including my new lover. My wife, Janice's mother, we lost her. I'll tell you about that too. The others were much more skeptical of my brother's sudden return. Rightfully so. Not to worry, friends, I'm no fool. We'll be keeping a close eye on this defector, family or not. Nevertheless, we can't leave him, nor ourselves out here to freeze to death in the cold. It would seem that our power's out. Well, we haven't been around to power the generator, so I suppose it would be more unusual if it were on. We chucked some logs into the burner and got the steam rolling, which also got the lights back on, of course. Our poor sweet daughter, a withering, angry, aggressive, flesh-eating husk of who she once was, has been beating the walls of her containment cell. There is your niece, Blanchard. But we're looking for a cure. Perhaps, brother, with your help, we'll be able to cure her. No doubt, though, we've been gone for a long time, she's probably starving. Speaking of which, say, you wouldn't be up for a hunting trip, would you there, brother? Just like when we were boys, the old days, growing up with the family rifle. Besides, we could also use a little bit of protein in our diet. It'll be nice not eating something out of a can, or also some Twinkies, which is what most of our diet's been on our journey. I'm sure you could use some boar as well, instead of nutrient paste or whatever the hell the Central State's been feeding you. You look a bit scrawny. Yes, sir, indeed. You know, it doesn't get much more fresh than this. And I want to say to you, the audience, this is actually something that I've been doing this entire time to ensure that Janice doesn't starve to death while we're waiting on a cure for her. Because even though she may have the appearance of a living monster, my little girl is still in there somewhere, and I want to make sure that she is as comfortable and as fed as possible until we get her back. Now then, time to take care of some of the things that we got on our journey, like that secondary turret. We'll be putting that in our entranceway here as well. That way we can ensure that any trespassers are dealt with promptly. Next up, we have that wall-mounted television that we found in the city, still in working condition. Now, not only is this going to be for recreational use, which obviously we're going to watch some old movies and what have you whenever we can find them, but it'll also be good if we can manage to get it linked up to the Central States network of television. That way we can see what's going on in the world. That might be a bit of a reach though, but we'll see. Now then, in the meantime, we're also going to start research into basic mech tech. Now, this is basic research and shouldn't take us all that long, but you might be wondering why we would even bother. Well, the hope is that we might be able to reanimate and also rewire and hack into the Militor that we had fought in the city. But what would be the point of that, Dutch? You don't have a mech link. That's a good point. But I know someone who does. You see, the state actually has all of their mechs on that link system. But thankfully, my brother here, being a deserter, just so happens to have one. What a coincidence. A very useful one, I might add. Otherwise, our deceased and deactivated Militor friend would have ended up as scrap metal and probably became a magazine in Severin's rifle. The research wouldn't take us all that long, and we would complete it shortly thereafter. With that under our belts, we would quickly throw together a very simple vat, one that we could use to reanimate this Militor, as well as throwing in some steel and other components to go about rebuilding its circuitry, essentially building it back from scratch. Although this process is going to take just over a couple days to be completed. In the meantime, I think we'll begin working on our home. This bunker is safe, and it is secure, and those are the two most important things. But one thing that it is not is comfortable. Luckily, we've been harvesting quite a bit of wood to use in our generators, and we also have a lot left over to build some proper rooms for every single member in our little troop of survivors here. It's not exactly perfect, but it is better than it was. At least we have some nice warm wooden beds now, I suppose. And by the time we were finally finished with this, our Melitor was also completed, completely rewired, reprogrammed, and ready for action. Perhaps we should take him out for a bit of a test drive, eh? Make sure everything's booted up right, and make sure he can help us kill zombies properly without accidentally blasting us in the back of the head. Alright, Severin, open the gates. Now's your time to shine, little buddy. Let's see what you can do. Luckily, we had managed to salvage the battle rifle that is standard issue with these little killing machines. And by golly, did he know how to use it too. Well, it would seem that you've proven yourself quite useful, and the best part about you, you can't get infected if you were to get attacked. And worst comes to worst, you could just draw their attention while we blast them in the back of their heads. Just one problem. We need to give you a proper name. How about Ripper? I think it's quite fitting after seeing you with your rifle rip through that little group of zombies there. I like it. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. So we have a raid from the Central State, of course, as we saw, and they're coming from the south. I've got the others coming up here. I'm thinking... definitely want Dutch inside the tank. Blanchard, I'm gonna keep on the outside. Is everyone coming? Yes. Slowly but surely. We want everyone else in the tank as well. It's gonna be our best way of defending ourselves, I believe. But Ripper and Blanchard can actually stay outside of the tank, and they can help us guard the area. I'm actually going to let them come out this way. We need to watch for not only the Central State, but of course infected as well. We'll go ahead and shut down the garage door. Oh, alright, so we have, a charged shotgun. I'm going to go ahead and immediately start firing in this general direction. We don't really have any cover for these two, though. But the tank is going to provide a lot of fire. There we go, a lot of cover fire. Oh, they have their own mechanoid. It looks like a legionary with a riot shield and an advanced auto pistol, which is interesting. I don't know how many of them there are, but they do all appear to have charged weapons for the most part, which is quite concerning. I think if we hit this area here, we want Ripper and Blanchard to take cover behind the tank as they're moving up this way so that they don't die or take too much fire. Alright. That legionary is going to be rough. I'm going to let Ripper... oh, I don't know actually what to do. I don't want the legionary to get him. Or any of us, really. There we go. Let's see if we can run it over. Oh my god, that minigun is absolutely going to shred us. We're already quite injured. Oh, no. Okay, move. Out of the way. See if we can hit you. Alright. We have more of them down here who seem to be a bit slower. I don't know exactly how many we have coming for us. We need to do something about this minigun, though, before it absolutely shreds our tank, and it's already happened. We are about to explode. Everyone out. Oh, they're fleeing. Perfect. The legionary, though, is right there. We need to move up this way, and we need to move down this way and up here. Oh, Moppus again. But Moppus has come. No wonder. Moppus has come for us. What is she wearing? Moppus has a powered work loader, an exosuit, most likely coming to try to take on our tank with that, and they also have another mechanoid. Looks like a paramedic. It hardly matters though, they are about to flee. Alright, everybody get away from the tank. So our tank is already gone. There's a 0 point... oh my god. I don't even know what I was going to say. Move. We need to move. There we go. Okay. I was going to say there's a 0.0% chance of us getting the tank back. The tank is gone. There we go. This might be our... only chance to get her before she truly gets away. Jesus Christ, take some cover, people. I want to bring Dutch in with the charged shotgun. Really horribly... Oh, okay, alright. Alright. Oh, okay. Well, she's not dead, I don't think. Let's see if we can bring everyone. Boone is down. Let's actually rescue Boone. Rescue Boone, Blanchard. And we'll have Ripper chase down the Legionary. Tasia taking cover back here, as well as Severin. Let's get everyone up here to take out this Legionary. This is an extremely dangerous mechanoid. There we go. Okay. And before I forget, I actually want to strip you because look at that armor. And you. So Dutch is going to be tending to his lovely Lady Boone. Blanchard needs to go somewhere. What is this? A zombie serum and a resurrector mech serum. That's interesting. I wonder if we could use that. There's actually quite a few of those. Now, I am not going to be keeping any of these filthy bastards from the Central State. We are going to be executing them on the spot. The only thing we really have interest in doing with them is blowing their heads off so that they can't return home. Now, let's get everyone tended to. Just maybe... Oh, we have zombies coming, though. So here's the issue. Moppus is most likely inside of this wreckage. And we don't want the zombies to get her, we want her for ourselves. So, as funny as it may seem, oh no, Severin is down. We are going to try to bring our squad down here to actually kill the zombies, or yeah, to at least get their attention, so that we may attempt to kill them. And that way, we can get our own justice against Moppers. Don't want the zombies claiming her. She is not theirs to take, I'm afraid. Let's finish off the last one here. There we go. Those miniguns are wonderful. Alright, we are going to crack it open. And if she comes out fighting, we're going to blow her head off, just like we did with the other. There she is. Oh, Moppus. Oh, and you are so unlucky that you're still alive. You're gonna wish that that wasn't the case, you filthy traitor. To think that we cured you of your infection, so you could what? Come back just to try to kill me and my new family? Yes, crawl away, coward. Crawl away from all your sins. How does the snow feel against your bare flesh, Moppus? Cold? Does it sting? It doesn't hurt near as much as this is going to. This little game of cat and mouse, oh how it's been fun. A bit of excitement and all this boredom. That was sarcasm. I'm gonna kill you now. Was it worth it, Moppus? Was it worth it in the end for a warm bed for a few nights and maybe some warm meals? All for your journey to end so soon? I think not. Now then, with the threat taken care of for the time being, we would begin moving all of these items, such as armor and weapons that we got from the fight, back down into the bunker. Thankfully, we were able to tend to ourselves as well, with very minimal issue and no infections. Most likely thanks to all the penicillin that we take, but also most likely due to the cold climate, keeping any germs and bacteria away. Would you look at all of this? Sure, we ended up losing our tank, and that is a huge setback. And I don't think I would trade it in for all these weapons and armor, but at least we got something out of the ordeal. And of course, I'm not going to say that this armor that is on par with the state government's armor is anything to really go home bragging about, but I would guess that other groups of survivors don't have anything of this quality. And you fight fire with fire, as they say. I think it really helps us get our foot in the door, and that's all I'll say. Now, because our knowledge about resurrecting and rewiring mechanoids is still very limited, it doesn't look like we'll be bringing the Legionary back online anytime soon. But eventually, we should be able to. Things are really looking up for us. We just fended off a pretty decent-sized attack from the state government and took a lot of their gear, like weapons, armor. Sure, again, we lost our tank. But we managed to survive even after it went down. Not even survive. Conquer them. Defeat them. This is huge. Yet, all this success taken into account, and we are not even a step closer to curing our young daughter. Or are we? So here's the thing. The Resurrector Mech Serum is described as a one-use superdose of mechanites tuned to resurrect the dead. Administered to a corpse, mechanites repair broken down tissues and kickstart the body back to life. Comes with flaws. Unfortunately, the resurrected sometimes come back with brain damage, blindness, or progressive psychosis. Outcomes are better when the mechanites are administered to a fresher body. That being said, our poor Janice is not exactly fresh. She's not exactly a fresh corpse. She's rotten away. However, this super technology possessed by the state could be exactly what we need to maybe cure her. I'm thinking most likely what's going to happen is the serum will bring her back to life, but of course the infection is still going to be alive within her. So what do we do about that, you might ask? Well, technically so this is a 70% serum. We have our 80% serum we originally tried to use on her. This is a long shot, but I think it might just work. The issue now is, I think we have to kill her first. Let me try it. It looks like, no, yeah, I'm clicking. We can't actually use the serum on her. I think we have to kill her first, but she's just a little girl. We have a zombie shocker. The shocker is a zombie control machine that fits into a wall of a room and can be activated from the outside and makes every zombie in that room unconscious for a short period of time. I think this would be the best way to go about killing her. We have to, right? We have to kill her. But because she's not really going to feel any pain here, assuming she even can, but from a father's perspective, we would want this to be as painless as possible. The biggest downside, though, by far, is the fact that if we kill Janice and this doesn't work, Janice is dead. Truly dead. Not infected, wandering around, beating on the walls. She's really dead if we do this and it doesn't work. But at a certain point, as a father, I think you would have to make the decision of, is she even really alive right now, right? So we're gonna try to do it. Alright, so I have built a shocker. I've put it right next to her, so if it's going to work, there really shouldn't be any issue. With a range, yeah, it doesn't seem to actually function, though, like it's supposed to. I don't know if there's not enough electricity or what's going on, but I done a bit of testing to see how it works, and apparently it just doesn't work at all. So perhaps the shocker is not going to work. We may need to use something like a prod to try to incapacitate her, which I hate to do, but I suppose I'm going to have to. And inevitably, I'm going to have to use her very own knife to finish her off, which may seem a bit barbaric or whatever, but truly to me, it was meant to be symbolic, as it is her own knife. But if you'll leave me to do what I need to do, and I'll be right back. Well, it's over. Let's just hope this works. I really don't know what to say. Alright, the moment of truth, people. I guess we'll see. Here we go. I'm so nervous, I really am. Well, that seemed to have worked, although Janice is looking a bit putrid, and also she doesn't seem to know who I am, but, that could be a very good sign. Okay, let's get her over to the operating room, like, immediately. I really don't even know what to say. Alright, so, we'll go ahead and inspect her. Oh. She still has a zombie infection, and yet she's normal looking. A zombie infection after death. She also has Alzheimer's, so it's affecting her memory. Could explain why she doesn't know us just yet. That could come back to her with time, of course, but it also seems like this might only be getting worse. Nevertheless, our daughter is back. She's alive, and we've managed to cure her. Sure, there's a lot of issues, but If we could manage to bring a zombie back from the dead into its normal human state, at least there's some hope, I suppose. For the next few days, we would actually keep her in the operating room, keeping an eye on her from outside of the room with a security camera, making sure, of course, that she didn't revert back to her more feral undead state. As she was in here, we noticed that the Mechanites were actually repairing her very flesh itself. We would allow her to come into the kitchen to eat with me to try to see if she could remember me. She had even gotten her appetite back, and she didn't try to bite any of us. After some time, she was starting to remember me. Severin and Tasia, being with us for quite some time and seeing what the infection does to people, obviously were not so easily convinced of Janice's clean bill of health. But thanks to her future stepmother and uncle, we were quite persuasive. I'll be honest with you, maybe losing my daughter drove me a little bit insane, but I'll be damned if I let anyone take her from me again. Our little girl is finally home, and finally herself again. Here's to our next adventures, as a family. Well, my friends, this has been one hell of an adventure, but I must tell you that this is the end of the ride. For now, that is. If you know me, you know the channel, you know that I love continuing these series, maybe in a different kind of Zombieland series with other characters that are connected to this series where we see these characters as well, or sometimes I just continue from where we're at. I'm a sucker for starting over in RimWorld and playing in different styles and connecting them all together. If you'd like to see this series continue, or if you'd like to see me start up another one and have it connected to this one in its own little universe, be sure to let me know in the comments section down below. Or if you have any suggestions, ideas, anything like that, feel free to share them and I'll definitely check them out. But I want to say thank you. Thank you ever so much for watching this video, and I know it's a little bit early, but of course we've been doing Zombieland, given that it's spooky season, so happy Hallows Eve to all of you that celebrate, of course, and I love you. I'll see you later.